Shalom, all.
Shalom, my camera's actually working.
Nice. Looks good too.
I don't know about that, but have you went out there and looked at that bike lately out in the garage?
Actually, it's at a family's house because we just closed on our house, so everything's in storage.
Oh, I got you.
Trust me, I'm dying to ride.
I'll bet. Yeah, definitely me too. I might get a 2023 S1000. I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Thinking about it. My warranty's up on my other one. I had to put a new cam in it. Well, I didn't do it, but they did it. It was right on the edge of the warranty. So I don't know. Everything's so expensive if you have to get something fixed and so.
Oh, it sure is.
Yeah, I don't know. If
Unless you're able to do it yourself.
Yeah, and no way. That's scary, all the technology they have on those. So.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. So anyway.
Well, I'm lucky. My husband's a mechanic, so.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I have a friend that's really good. Yeah, I got friends that are really good at it too. But some of the the technical things with the technology and all the sensors and all and setting them and it gets a little bit challenging. So
yeah, you definitely have to have the equipment.
Yep. And then you only need it once, and then you're like,
oh yeah, of course.
You can't rent that kind of stuff. So I don't know. We'll see. Sure fun. Where do you live? I can't remember where you.
I live in right outside of Houston.
Oh, so your riding season's a lot longer than mine. So.
Oh yeah.
For sure, yeah. I want to do it. Go ahead.
You want to do what?
I want to do a track day at Coda. I don't know if I'll ever get it done, but I'd love to ride that track in Austin. So.
Yeah, I guess there's a really nice one where we're at. We haven't got to go see it yet, but I would definitely like to try it.
Yeah, I don't have a full leather suit. I mean, I have a zip together one. I want to get one. I just, they're so expensive. And
oh yeah, I bought mine. Probably about maybe 11 years ago.
Oh yeah, is it kangaroo skin or is it?
It's just the regular leather. It was $1,000, but
yeah,
because being a girl, I only had two choices back then.
Yeah. Now there's a lot more.
Yeah, there are, but the thing is they all have pink and purple. I just don't want to be.
Right, I get you.
Yeah, especially when I'm on the street. I don't like because when people realize you're a girl, they act stupid in their cars.
Well, I suppose, yeah. I like the bright colors. I mean, I've always liked them. Plus, the problem with it is if depending on your shoulder width, then the length will be really long, and it's hard to alter them. So I don't know. I don't think I'm going to be able to just buy one, like a Alpine Stars or something. I think I'm going to have to probably be measured for one, and that's going to cost a lot too. So,
oh yeah. When we started out almost 30 years ago, I mean, there was no jackets. I had to buy the smallest ones I could find in men's. Their shoes, everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So they do have a better variety and that kind of stuff. It's just I don't like standing out.
Right, I get you.
Because being a woman, it's because they always, I even have one of those shields inside my helmet.
Mm-hmm.
So, because they'll ride up next to you and go back and forth trying to figure out if you're a girl or whatever. So I just.
Yeah, I got you.
Avoid it. I've seen too many people almost crash over it.
Really? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So now it's not near as rare, more common.
Yeah.
There's some great female riders. I mean, I think it's the strength, the technical part, where guys will grab things and just kind of try to horse it, which is not a good idea. And if you get into the technical riding, you're so much more proficient and safe. And
yeah. So. And when you're small, you have everything is body weight.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you can't just, like that.
Yeah, I have to use my whole body to lean the whole bike over. So.
Yeah.
And then you get into tires and weight, and you got to have the right. Because now I use a 3-compound tire, which really helps.
Yeah, I use the Batlax RS11s. I love those for the street. I've never really had a grip issue, even in rain. Of course, I don't normally ride in rain, but sometimes you get caught out in rain, and so
yeah. Oh yeah, I've been in hail and snow.
Yes, I have never been in snow, but I've been in a little bit of hail. But
hail hurts. That's horrible.
Yeah, It does.
And the faster you go to try to get out of it, it's just the harder it is.
Oh yeah, definitely getting sandblasted for sure. Nothing's the ones I got. It was only pea-sized hail, but still, it was like you're saying, man. Yeah, it was just for a moment, and it was in town, so I wasn't going. I was going speed limit, whatever it was, 35, whatever it was on the
right.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely.
Yeah, we haven't done much writing since we moved to Texas yet. Because we moved into one house, had work to do, sold it, and then in our temporary place, and now we're about to move again. Now that our house closed, and it's like it just seems like we just have not had the time.
Oh,
since we've been here.
Your husband's rides too?
Oh yeah. Oh,
awesome. What's he have?
I'm actually the one that got him into the crotch rockets. He was more into the V-twin. He had Buells and
right.
And then we just found out one of our family members, her dad is actually Buell.
Oh really? Wow, that's cool.
Yeah. She's dating one of our nephews.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so that was crazy. I would love to meet him, and great ideas.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we have a group, pretty big group, but only a few show up on the weekend. We've had up to 25. I used to ride in groups of 30 and 40. So much fun every Sunday we'd ride, and
yeah,
it was.
I missed the Sunday rides, and now out here we don't know anybody.
Yeah, well, there'll be some groups around there. You just kind of have to maybe.
It's just the older we get, this younger generation, they have to be so stupid on the road.
Yeah, true. That's it's really strange. I just got this group dropped into my lap basically because I was planning rides because everybody talks about doing stuff, but they never do it. So I just would plan them, and then whoever showed up. And then if I didn't show up, it was like, well, where are you? Well, we can't go without you. And I'm going, now, wait a minute. I'm not the leader of this thing.
Right.
I don't want, and don't follow my line because I'm always working on everything. So, late apex entry early, and so I like to take a lot of the same routes because you're working on those corners with different types of approach. And so it's all technical for me. So that's what makes it fun. So,
that's what's great. That's what's great about canyon riding.
Oh, I bet. I'd love to do that. I
love canyon riding. That's my favorite.
Yeah. And then all those hazards when you come around that corner, there's a bunch of rocks.
Yeah.
Whoops.
So that's the one thing we're going to miss about California.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, definitely. So I'm sorry, everybody. Everybody's going, what? What are you guys talking about?
I know. Hi, everyone. Shalom.
I'll be quiet now. Yes. Hello, everyone.
We know you were talking about motorcycles, Brother Phil.
And we learned a lot, too.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just didn't want to, Mark's going, see what happens when I don't get involved? These people just start talking about everything. I know when I hit a corner, I always say Yahuwah's name. I surely do, because he knows I'm a foolish little motorcycle rider, and I need his help for sure.
That's when you put the Yah and Yahoo.
Yeah, exactly. He knows I pray over everyone, of course, silently before we start, and just protect everybody, and just let's have some fun, protect us from our own foolishness, and
I could make
go from there.
I know people have asked me, how fast have you been? And I said, I've been up to 200 miles an hour, and they're just like, no way. And I'm like, oh yeah, it's easy on a street bike.
Yeah,
not the same as a car.
Yeah, and I'll bet that bike doesn't even know you're on there.
Oh no, I can hit almost 100 in the first gear from my weight.
Yep, definitely.
That's what I tell people. I said weight makes a big difference too on how fast you can get it going.
Yeah, I used to tease my friends. They'd buy a piece of carbon fiber to lighten up the bike. I go, just don't get 2 cheeseburgers at lunch. Get 1.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm doing it for. I go, yes, you are.
Yes, you are. Exactly.
That's good school bling too, for sure. So.
Yep.
All right, now I'm really done talking about it. Unless Toria starts it back up, that's not my fault. What chapter are we doing today? Do you guys know? So I can be ready.
We were starting on a new book.
Galatians.
I think Galatians.
Yes, Galatians.
Thank you. I got to get better and be able to find this stuff quicker. That's one of my.
It's a
Hi,
small
Ted,
one,
Mary
but
Ann.
it's one of my favorite. Hi,
Yeah.
Shelly. Is that Shelly I just heard?
No, Yami.
No, me.
Oh, you almost sound like Shelly.
Hi, Ted, Mary Ann.
Lou.
Hello.
Hello, Lou. And Phyllis.
And William.
And William.
Has anybody seen Rebecca? Has she been in like a Friday teaching or anything? I need to text her, I guess. I haven't seen her in the chats or anything.
She is still real busy with her
father-in-law?
father-in-law. Yeah, he's kind of going downhill slowly, and from everything we've heard.
Hmm. Has anybody? Hi, AJ. Shalom. I haven't seen her
Shalom,
in the chats or
everyone. How
anything.
y'all doing? She is still real busy with her father-in-law. Yeah,
Shalom, AJ.
Somebody's on, has a YouTube on.
AJ, how's Diane?
Might be me.
Hi, AJ.
Shalom. How y'all doing?
How's Sister Diane, AJ?
Oh, everyone, how y'all doing? She's doing okay. I took her to the doctor yesterday.
Shalom, AJ. Somebody's on, has a YouTube on.
Oh,
AJ, it's for you. You were the last one to come over.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Might be me.
Hi, AJ.
Shalom. How y'all doing?
How's Sister Diane, AJ?
I don't even know if I'm on here or not. Right.
AJ, you turn off YouTube.
Oh, okay. Let me see.
Hey, Yami and Ro, good morning. Can you guys give us a video walk around of your beautiful home? Because every time you guys come on, all we see is that beautiful wood in the back.
Sure.
I can imagine like a fire going and a little snow on the ground. So,
Well,
you guys get to that right away, please. We'd all like to see your house.
Okay, here we go. It's a very small cabin.
Beautiful.
Here's our kitchen. This is our fireplace. This is our baby pumpkin. And over here, we have our baby Oliver. And we have a small loft upstairs.
Nice. Beautiful.
And I'll give you a quick outside view.
Okay, cool.
Tammy, can you open the door real quick?
Yeah.
This is the outside.
Breathtaking, beautiful.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Anytime you guys want to come join us, the door, you are welcome.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that very much.
Maybe we could do a Sukkot camping out here.
Hey, that would be cool. That would be very cool.
We have been vacationing in this area for like 15 years. And when I was getting ready to retire, Yami said, I want to live in the mountains. So we came up about a year ago.
Nice. Beautiful. Beautiful. Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Yeah. That's
Everybody's welcome whenever anyone wants to join us.
Shabbat shalom, everybody. We'll be getting started in 1 minute. 1 minute.
Every time he does that, it reminds me when I was in an airplane and the guy would stand up and say, 10 minutes, and getting ready to
Jump.
exit the door.
Just for conversation, did y'all notice that California governor just banned burning wood? Fireplace, wood burning stoves.
News to us.
It's just a fermentation. That's all it is. Just stirring the pot.
Mm-hmm.
Shabbat shalom, Natsarim, beloved of Yahuwah.
Shabbat
Shalom.
Hello, Mishpachah.
All righty. So today we start a new study from the epistle to the Galatians from Paul. This here is either the number 1 or number 2 place that Christians go to substantiate their doctrine. And so it's a vital book for us to understand because it is where they get the big one from. All you have to do is believe. You do not have to obey. This is where it comes from. Other than Galatians, Romans. They go to Romans quite a bit. So Romans and Galatians are vital for us truth seekers and truth speakers to understand in order to deal with all the mocks next stuff we have to deal with when we're witnessing and giving testimony. So vital study here. It's only 6 chapters long. And the thing that we need to understand right off the get-go, the number 1 thing to understand about Galatians is that it is all about adult male circumcision and animal blood offerings, the old priesthood. That's it. So everything here that we're going to read, we have to realize that it is pertaining to male circumcision or animal blood offerings. That's what it's all about. Galatians is hard, probably the hardest letter of Paul's to understand because Paul calls male adult circumcision and animal blood offerings Torah. He calls it the Torah, which means instructions. It doesn't mean law. It means instruction. So that's another big thing that gets people mixed up. They think Torah means law, and it doesn't. It means instructions. Okay, but Paul adds to the confusion here by not being real clear about what he's talking about. But the converts, the Orthodox Jews up there, the Yehudim in this area knew what he was talking about. And this is who he's mostly talking to, especially in his first trip. I think he made 2 trips to Galatia. And so he was speaking with the lost sheep. And this is what he was sent to do, which we're going to find out. Peter and Jacob and those people Jacob were actually taking care of the circumcised, and Paul was designated to go deal with the uncircumcised or the scattered tribes that were living in the dispersal around the Mediterranean seaboard. Okay, so that's what we're getting ready to deal with. So remember them three things as we read through this. It gets confusing even for people that understand what he's saying, and we have to really think harder about it. But we can just stay focused on that this letter is about circumcision of adult males and animal blood sacrifices, and that Paul calls both of them Torah. That'll help us tremendously. And obviously the circus doesn't understand any of that what we just said. So that would be your beginning starting point to witnessing the testimony to somebody, to explain what this letter is actually about. Okay. Power packed, man. There's a lot of interruptions. There's going to be a lot of deep thought, deep conversation in this letter, and it needs to be. Okay, so with all that said, Paul opens and closes with the topic of male adult circumcision. It's the primary subject, but it does go into animal blood offering sacrifices as well. So we got to be on our toes here. Who wants to take it? Chapter 1. Go ahead, Toria.
Okay. Verse 1. Paul, an emissary, not from men, nor by a man, but by Yahusha Mashiach and Yahuwah the Father, who raised him from the dead, and all the brothers who are with me, to the assembly of Galatia. Favor to you and peace from Yahuwah the Father and our Master Yahusha Mashiach, who gave himself for our transgressions to deliver us out of the present wicked age, according to the desire of our Yahuwah and Father, to whom we the praise forever and ever. So be it.
Okay, hang on a minute, Tori. Let's talk about this salutation here now. A lot in this. He says, but by Yahusha Mashiach and Yahuwah, the Father who raised him from the dead. Okay, two things. First of all, it's not separating them. It's saying by Yahusha Mashiach and Yahuwah the Father. Okay, and so they're the same person. It's not separating them with that and there. It's only identifying a specific roles. But by Yahusha Mashiach and Yahuwah the Father, so he's also Yahuwah the Father. You see, that's what it's really saying there. And who raised him from the dead, the Father who raised him from the dead. Now, this sounds like another separation or division. We need to talk about this. So the Father who raised him from the dead. What does that mean? I mean, who raised the Mashiach's body from the dead? Who raised the Lamb from the dead? Is there a separation? Only in body, right? So the body, the Lamb, was the flesh laying in the tomb. Who raised that flesh?
The Ruach.
The Ruach? Who else? Does anybody else raise it?
Yahuwah.
Yahuwah? Who else?
Mashiach.
Yeah, Mashiach. So how did the Father, the Ruach, and the Mashiach raise the Lamb from the dead? Did they all play a part in that, or are they all the same being? Go ahead, Toria. You're muted, Toria.
It says that I am in my Father and I, so they are one. They are ahad. So that it was raised within them,
Right.
within one.
Right. So it's just different roles, but it's the same being who raised the lamb from the dead. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Isn't it written that he raised himself?
Yes, it is. And that's a very good point. Just investigate this, because this comes up a lot. Let's investigate that right there, Phyllis just said. All right, let's go to Acts, everybody. Back to Acts. Acts 24. And we'll go right through this and seek the evidence. So Acts 2:24. Him Elohim raised up, having loosened the pains of death, because it was impossible that he could be held in its grips. It was impossible for him to be held in its grips because he was an innocent man. Death had no authority over him. He didn't sin. Death only holds authority over sin. So he didn't sin. He was an innocent man, so death could not hold him. But him, Elohim, raised up. So here it's saying that the Father raised him up. Okay, in this particular verse. Okay, now look over at 32 in the same chapter. Elohim has raised up this Yahusha, of which we are all witnesses. So is this a different being then? No, it's the Lamb. It was his body. It was his vessel. It was his robe. He robed himself in flesh. And so he raised up his fleshly body and then transformed it back into a spiritual body of light. Go ahead, Ted. Ted, you have your hand up? Okay. Let's look now at 3:15, still in Acts. But you killed the author of life, whom Elohim raised from the dead, of which we are all witnesses. So there we go. The author of life was Yahusha. He's the creator. Absolutely. He's Yahuwah, the creator. The author of life. Elohim raised from the dead. Here again, the Father raised him, right? We're assuming that Elohim is the Father. It doesn't really say the Father. It could be meaning the Ruach or the Messiah as well. But we'll just say it's the Father. Okay, so now let's go to 26. 3:26 there. To you first, Elohim, having raised up his servant Yahusha, sent him to bless you and turning away each one of you from your wickedness or your wicked ways. Beliah. So there you go. Again, Elohim raised up his servant Yahusha. Okay, so the body of the Lamb was raised by the Father here. If anybody disagrees with any of this, say something. So let's look now at 4:10. Let it be known to all of you and to all the people of Yisrael that in the name of Yahushua Mashiach of Nazareth, whom you staked, whom Elohim raised from the dead, by him this one stands before you healthy. So the lamb or the fleshly body was raised here by Elohim, which we're assuming to be the Father. A lot of evidence of that, right? So now we look at 5:30. It says, the Elohim of our fathers raised up Yahusha, whom you laid hands on, hanging him on a timber. Him, a prince and a deliverer, Elohim has exalted to his right hand to give repentance to Yisrael and forgiveness of sins. And we are his witnesses to these matters, and so also is the Ruach HaKodesh, whom Elohim has given to those who obey him. So there again, Elohim raised up Yahusha, whom you laid hands on, hanging him on a timber. Okay, so Acts 10 now, 40. Elohim raised up this one on the third Yom and let him be seen. I was talking to a Jehovah's Witness, and he told me that Yahusha, there's nowhere in Scripture that says Yahusha was raised up on the third Yom. I was in the tomb 3 days and 3 nights. There's like a bunch of references to that, so I don't know why they're getting that. But anyways, Elohim raised up this one on the third Yom, so here's evidence of that. And let him be seen, not to all the people, but to witnesses, those having been chosen before by Elohim, to us who ate and drank with him after he arose from the dead. So here's another statement that's saying Elohim raised this one up on the third Yom. Okay, so it's just power packed with evidence that Elohim raised up the Lamb, the body of Mashiach. Acts 13:30 says, but Elohim raised him from the dead. And 33 says, Elohim has concluded this for us, their children, having raised up Yahusha, as it is written in the second Psalms. You are my son, today I have begotten you. And then 34 says, and that he raised him out of the dead, no more to return to corruption. He has said thus, I shall give you the trustworthy kindness of the old. And then down on 37, it says, but he whom Elohim raised up saw no corruption. So there again, proof after proof after proof that he was raised by Elohim. So now let's go to Romans. Romans 4. This is real important to get this. Romans 4:24 says, but also because of us, to whom it shall be reckoned, to us who believe in him, who raised up Yahusha, our master, from the dead, who was delivered up because of our trespasses and was raised for us to be declared right. All right, so there we go. More proof that it was Elohim who raised up Yahusha, our master. Who's our master? Our creator, Yahuwah. So now let's look over here at 6:4. It says, we were therefore buried with him through immersion into death, that as Mashiach was raised from the dead by the esteem of the Father, so here it actually says the Father this time, so also we should walk in newness of life. So man, we got a lot of proof here that the Father raised him up. Look at Colossians 2:12. Colossians 2:12. It says, having been buried with him in immersion, in which you also were raised with him through the belief in the working of Yahuwah, who raised him from the dead. So now it even names him. So we're talking Elohim and then the Father. Now direct name, direct identification. Yahuwah raised him from the dead. You seeing that? Okay, so that's a lot of proof about the Father raised his body from the tomb. Now let's look at the Ruach. There's several references for that the Ruach raised him. So it's in back to Romans 8:11. It says, and if the Ruach of him who raised Yahusha from the dead dwells in you, he who raised Mashiach from the dead shall also give life to your mortal bodies through his Ruach dwelling in you. So now it's telling us that the Ruach raised him from the dead, and the Ruach is who is going to raise you from the dead as well. How powerful is that? Okay, now look back over here at Romans 1:4. Who was designated son of Elohim with power according to the Ruach HaKodesh by the resurrection from the dead, Yahushua Mashiach, the master of us, through whom we have received favor and office of the emissary in obedience to the belief among all the nations on behalf of his name, among whom you also are called ones of Yahushua Mashiach. So there again, the Ruach HaKodesh, by the resurrection from the dead, Yahushua Mashiach. Okay, so now we go to the Son, and then Phyllis's point. The Son raised his own body. John 10. Go to John 10. So John 10, 17 and 18 says, because of this, the Father loves me, because I laid down my life in order to receive it again. No one takes it from me, but I lay it down of myself. I have authority to lay it down, and I have authority to receive it again. This command I have received from my Father. So here we find out that Yahusha raised his own body. He laid it down and raised it back up. So no one killed him. It was nobody. No one's responsible. He's saying here that no one takes it from me, but I lay it down to myself. He gave his life for us freely and willingly. No one's responsible for his death. That was all his idea. Give all esteem to Yahusha, not to the Romans or even the Israelites. Okay, so the one that laid down his life freely and willingly is the one that raised up his body from the dead, which is the Son. Now get a look at John 2:19. This is really perhaps maybe the most interesting one because it has to do with some prophecy here. So it would be John 2:19 says, Yahusha answered and said to them, destroy this dwelling place, and in 3 yamim I shall raise it. Then the Yehudim said, it took 46 years to build this dwelling place, and you are going to raise it in 3 yamim? But he spoke about the dwelling place of his body. He wasn't speaking about the stone temple. He was speaking about his body. He was going to raise it up in 3 days. So when he was raised from the dead, his Talmudim remembered that he said this to them, and they believed the scripture and the word which Yahusha had said, that he would raise his own. You kill me, I'll raise up my body in 3 days. So this is proof that the Son raised up his own body. So what do we got going on here, guys? The Elohim, the Father, the Yahuwah, the Ruach HaKodesh, and the Son all raised up the Lamb. Are they a council of sorts? Or is this one being playing different roles that did the same act of resurrecting his own body? What y'all have to say about it? Somebody? Anybody?
Absolutely one being.
Go ahead, roll.
Yes, we concur. There's one being.
Go. Go ahead, Toria.
You can't do work without your arms and your legs and your parts being together, all in one.
And we all know that we can be play a lot of different roles, but still be the same being, right? Like I can be a father, I can be a son, I can be an uncle, I can be a boss, I can be sparking you, yeah, I can be, on and on and on, a cousin, whatever, right? And I'm still me, I'm still the same person, but have different roles. So it's not that hard to understand. It's kind of elementary. Anybody got any thoughts on that before we leave that subject? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was just thinking that no normal thinking person would ever even make such a suggestion of 3 ideas if they hadn't gotten it from Hinduism or some other pagan. Who would have thought of it except it came from there?
Yeah, I actually was reading. I can't remember where I read it at now, but they did like a survey or a test, but the results were that someone who never ever heard of Yahusha or Yahuwah, or never heard of the Torah or read scriptures at all, so they were just totally ignorant of everything, was handed the scriptures and told them to read it. After they were done reading it, the only conclusions that they came with was Yahuwah created everything and Yahuwah is one. That was their conclusion from reading the entire scriptures. So everything that we hear that's falsehood or people are influenced with, which is falsehood or false doctrine and stuff, comes from men. And so it's a brainwashing process. Is why all these crazy fables and fairy tales and myths and mythology and all this false doctrine and falsehood is out there. It didn't come from scripture. It was implanted into our brain by uninformed teachers and deceptive teachers. Go ahead, Toria.
I was going to say also, you said you spoke to a gentleman who said he couldn't find certain things in the scriptures. And I believe it depends what they're reading. I mean, if you're reading the new NIV, if you're reading the new KJV, the new American Standard, they've dropped verses. They've changed verses to suit their own will. So I think that's where when somebody picks up scriptures, they're going to be misled if they're not, if they don't understand it or know that they've been changed.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Excellent point. Yeah, they're misled by bad translations as well, especially when they add and subtract, or like we know, probably most of us here know that the original scriptures had no punctuations. There was no commas, periods, question marks, any of that. It just rolled on, word after word after word. So when they first decided to translate the scriptures, they started implementing these periods and question marks and exclamation marks and all this stuff, and they just messed it all up. Matter of fact, the BYNV cleans a lot of that up, and which makes it a lot easier and clearer for us to understand. So we're kind of fortunate that the Yahusha did this work through Lou's hands, because it really helps. It really does. But to get somebody to get away from the KJV is a whole nother ball game. People they're just stuck on that KJV as being the inspired word of Yahuwah, and it's not. When you say, look, it's a translation. The very word translation tells you it cannot be inspired. It's influenced by men. And boy, they'll come apart on you. They'll come unglued, because they believe that thing fell from the throne of Yahuwah himself down onto the earth for man to pick up and read. So gotta be careful with it. As this old saying goes, if the KJV was good enough for the apostles, it's good enough for me. Go ahead, Toria.
I know what did it for me from getting away from the KJV was I actually had that thought of, who is he? Who is this King James? And that's when I started Googling and finding out who he was, finding out who his mother was, just by curiosity. And that's when I started going down the rabbit trail of different books going back to the Hebrew.
Ever so important. The Hebrew roots movement is good for that reason. We're all messianic, like the Hebrew roots. All of us are, but not all messianics are Natsarim. That's a quote from Lou White. Somebody else had. Oh yeah, go ahead, Shelley.
Hi, just speaking to the Yahuwah is one thing. This thought came to mind this past week, and I guess I was thinking of the time that I was a spiritual being in the New Age movement. And we did our emphasis so much on body, mind, spirit, and we're one. We feed the body, we feed the mind, we feed the spirit. And it just made me think, well, that's a real simple way to help somebody see Yahuwah is one, unless I'm completely wrong with that thinking.
Yeah, there's a lot of different circuses, we'll say, or different doctrines around that do good jobs at certain things. But there's got so much falsehood mixed in with it, it isn't enough. For example, there's different doctrine or different denominations out there that teach monotheism, and they're spot on, but they're all messed up with everything else. There's doctrine out there, denominations that teach to keep the Shabbat, and they do keep the Shabbat. There's over 25 circuses that keep the Shabbat, but they're so mixed up with all these other things that it just isn't good enough. And so we can find truth in different, factions or whatever, religions, but they're all mixed with so much falsehood. It's not enough. Witness being of the dwelling of the Ruach HaKodesh, really, if you're doing things right, if you have the Ruach, then you're doing things right, man, or you wouldn't have it. He gives the Ruach to those who obey him. So if you have the Ruach, man, obviously then you're obeying him. You're doing right. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I was just, something you were saying made me remember that when I was first searching for truth and thinking, well, maybe I need to go to a circus. And my thought in my head was I was going to visit these different ones and decide which one I think have the truth. And I never read the scriptures, but I was going to judge what I thought based upon if I agree with them.
And that's called discernment. Maybe you had the Ruach leading you and you didn't really realize it. Go ahead, Toria.
The same thing here. I was in searching too. And I think we're looking for that feeling, that comfort of being somewhere where we're wanted and we have like-minded. And then, we were led to the next one, because we were already on that journey of not knowing, and knowing something wasn't right within us.
Yeah, and I don't know if all of you or any of you saw last night's live broadcast, but Lou and I were having a pretty good conversation on there, and we'd just probably stayed on all night long if Phyllis wouldn't have run me off. But as Lou brought up last night, it has a lot to do with discernment. It's how the Ruach feels, how it makes you feel. And so if you feel like somebody tells you something and you're saying, man, that don't seem right to me, that's the Ruach saying that ain't right. If somebody's saying something, yeah, that's resonating with me, man. Yeah, I can dig that. That's the Ruach saying that's right. So we have to learn to tune into the Ruach and not get in his way and try to figure things out on our own, but listen to the Ruach in us to lead us into righteousness. Because it's not our righteousness, it's his righteousness in us. And so discernment becomes vital for the Natsarim, critical for the Natsarim. Anybody else? All right, wow, huh? You can see where this letter's going. It's going to be deep. Okay, let's continue on then. Unless anybody else has something before we get off of this topic. Very important topic here. We good? Okay, Lou, go ahead. Go ahead and elaborate on that, brother.
Yeah, the nail in the coffin for the truth was really established in 325 CE at the Council of Nicaea, and in fact, the Circus Fathers that taught before Nicaea are called Ante-Nicene Fathers, and they read those letters, and then the post-Nicene Fathers, in case some of you don't know, were the ones that taught after Nicaea. And at Nicaea, which took actually about 2 years. There was over 200 bishops that were called to this council to hammer out one main doctrine, not just to establish when the Bunny Rabbit Festival was, but to find out where we stood on Arius. Arius was a bishop from Alexandria, and he espoused that Yahuwah was one, and it was different roles that he was manifesting himself in, because obviously he understood Hebrews chapter 1, the first 3 verses, that Elohim revealed himself in many ways in the past, and in these last days he manifested himself in the Son. And that would be something Arius would have understood, but they made that Arian doctrine, or Arianism, carry the death penalty. So it's odd that Arius's end of life was in 326. I thought that was an interesting thing. I can't find any records of what was done to him, but his influence on the oneness doctrine, it was dangerous to the Constantine people. And I just wanted to point out where that started and how it really got taken off. And this other thing that happened in the 2nd century with Marcion, we can't overemphasize enough how Marcion did away with the Torah. You know, that's why people are thinking today that we don't have to obey the 10 Commandments, because of Marcion. He was another bishop.
Thank you, Lo. Anybody else? Okay, let's continue on then. Oh, wait a minute. Something else I want to hit real quick here before we leave this subject here. Let me see, where was that? Well, I forgot what it was. So let's just go ahead and continue on.
Okay. Verse 6. I marvel that you are so readily turning away from him who called you in the favor of Mashiach to a different Bezorah, which is not another, only there are some who are troubling you and wishing to pervert the Bezorah of Mashiach.
Yeah, hang on a minute. What does that mean where they're saying here that called you in the favor of Mashiach to a different Bezorah, which is not another, only there are some who are troubling you and wishing to pervert the Bezorah of Mashiach? What does that mean? It's almost like a contradiction. I don't get what he's saying there. Does anybody understand that? To a different Bezorah, I marvel that you are so readily turning away from him who called you in the favor of Mashiach, which is, it must be talking about Yahuwah or Paul himself, to a different Bezorah, which is not another. What does that mean? Go ahead, Ted. Ted, go ahead.
From what I see, he's telling them it's the same message. It's just the message has been misinterpreted or perverted, or whatever you want to call it, changed by those who they went to get that message from, that it's been altered. And so that kind of makes it a different Bezorah, even though it's the same.
Okay. Toria?
Wouldn't it also be the leaders in the synagogues? They're studying and teaching the same Bezorah, but they're twisting it and putting man's words into it and changing it. But they're still doing part of it, but yet they've changed it to suit themselves.
I think you're right. So in other words, both of you are right, really. They're adding to it. They're not giving it straight away. They're adding to the same Basora. It's not another, but they're adding to it, right? Or perhaps subtracting, but I think adding. Rule.
I think they're forcing the circumcision issue, some of the Jewish teachers, and that's what's they're trying to get these people to move away, because let's think about it. You're a grown man and they're telling you that you have to get circumcised. Might not be very agreeable to some that were not of the Jewish faith to start off with.
Yeah, that perfect rule. So that what he's doing, he's dealing with the scattered tribe people, right? And up in there, and Jews, wherever you want to say, the Udom. And they're saying, yeah, okay, belief in Yahusha, but you also have to be circumcised. So they're putting a, catch-22 there. Excellent rule. Go ahead, Shelley.
I was just going to share that I immediately saw the serpent in the garden with Eve while we were reading that, the twisting of, I just I marvel that you were readily turning away. I mean, that's how I felt when I first read that about Kua. Is that correct? I'm not sure.
That's right.
So readily turning from Yahuwah, who walked among them, to instead hear the twisted words of the serpent. It just made me think the same thing. They were listening to the twisting words, and it was just, wow, already.
And that's called spiritual insight. Fantastic, Shelley. That's amazing that you saw that. I didn't see that, but you're absolutely spot on. That spiritual insight. Yeah, Kua and Adam both readily turned away from the commands. Yeah, I think, matter of fact, if I ain't mistaken, I think the tradition says that it was wasn't it the third day or something that after they were created? I mean, it was quick. I don't recall that now, but it was like 2 or 3 days, man. It didn't take long. And so, yeah, I bet you Yahuwah marveled at that as well, right? How quickly they turned. Very good, Shelley. Anybody else?
I am so pleased to be able to say all esteem to Yahusha.
All esteem to Yahusha. Anybody else? Okay, so I think we hit it, man. I think y'all did great on that one. It's obviously the same Basora, but they're adding to it. And since the topic's male circumcision, no doubt that's what they're adding to it here. But it could also be some of the animal blood sacrificing stuff too. But prominently, I think they're adding the, you have to believe in Yahusha, but you also have to get circumcised. Okay, so I think that's what's going on here. Wishing to pervert the Basora of Yahuwah or Mashiach. Okay, let's continue on unless anybody has anything else on it.
Okay, verse 8. However, even if we or a messenger out of the Shamayim bring a Basora to you beside what we announce to you, let him be accursed. As we have said before, and now I say again, if anyone brings a Basora to you beside what you have received, let him be accursed.
Okay, hang on, Matt. Okay, so up in 6 there, it was, which is not another. So it was the same Basora, but with a twist or an addition to it. Here it seems like now he's talking about a totally different Basora that doesn't even include Yahusha. Everybody agree to that? That's what I think. There's a big difference there. Okay. Anybody got anything, thoughts on it? Okay, let's go ahead then, Toria.
10. For do I now persuade men or Yahuwah? Or do I seek to please men? For if I still pleased men, I should not be a servant of Mashiach. And I make known to you, brothers, that the Bezorah announced by me is not according to man. For I did not receive it from man, nor was I taught it, but through a revelation of Yahushua HaMashiach. For you have heard of my former way of life in Yahudaism, how intensely I persecuted the assembly of Yahuwah and ravaged it.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so for I did not receive it from man, nor was I taught it. He wasn't taught it at all, but through a revelation of Yahushua Mashiach. So how did Paul learn all this stuff? How did he gain the wisdom and the knowledge of the Besorah of Yahushua? Go ahead, Toria.
Through the Ruach?
Yeah.
In Yahuwah.
When he was blinded through the Ruach that on his way to Damascus.
Okay. And we're going to get. He's going to tell us. He's going to outline it for us here shortly. Yeah. So he didn't know it. He wasn't taught it. He knew nothing until the revelation was given to him by Yahushua himself, Ruach HaKodesh. That's who taught Paul. So when did that happen? Paul's going to tell us. Go ahead, Ro.
Was it when he went to Arabia, the 3 years he spent away?
Yes, exactly. And when he came back and for 3 years, and then he went down to Jerusalem and got taught a little bit more by who?
Kepha.
Okay, so we'll get into all that, but I just wanted to point that out, that this wasn't something Paul learned on his own or was taught by man. This came directly from the Ruach. And so I think that's why that we see Paul identify sometimes, it says, and I say this as a man, because everything was taught by the Ruach, so he wants to make sure that you know that now this is what I think as a man, my opinion is. But everything else is coming straight from being taught by the Ruach HaKodesh, that Paul's saying. So we can't really say Paul was infiltrator or aspire something that was in there trying to learn all the secrets of the Natsarim. He was a brother. And right here, I think is pretty much is identifying that because of he's got the Ruach HaKodesh in him. We know he received his sight back and he was immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh. That was the reason that Canaan was sent to him, was those two assignments. Okay, and so that's more proof that he had the Ruach and was doing it all by the Ruach. Okay, let's go.
Verse 14. And I progressed in Yahudim piety beyond many of my age in my race, being more exceedingly ardent for the traditions of my fathers. But when it pleased Yahuwah, who separated me from my mother's womb and called me by his favor to reveal his son in me, that I might bring him, the Bezorah, to the nations, I did not immediately consult with flesh and blood, neither did I go up to Jerusalem to those who were emissaries before me, but I went to Arabia and returned again to Damascus. Then after 3 years, I went up to Jerusalem to learn from Kepha and remained with him for 15 yamim. And I saw no other of the emissaries except Yaakov and, the brother of the master.
Okay,
and
stop. Okay, so here we're getting some insight that he didn't counsel, he didn't go to anybody, ask any questions, whatever. He left, he got lowered in the basket, he took off out into the desert and hid out and was taught by the Ruach HaKodesh. For how long, we don't know. We don't know how long Paul was out there being taught by the Ruach. Nobody really knows. But we know that afterwards he returned back to Damascus for 3 years. And then he went to Jerusalem, was taught by Kepha for 15 days. Okay, so how long he was in the desert being taught by the Ruach, it doesn't really tell us that. And then down here where it says, and I saw no other emissaries except Yaqub, the brother of the master, is proof that Mary had other children. Okay, a lot of circuses try to say that Mary remained forever virgin. Okay, which would mean that the other children in the household here, Yaqub, the brother, and all his Jude, Yehudim, Jude, and all the rest of them, he had sisters too, would have been children by Joseph, his stepfather. And in that case, they would have been step siblings, step brothers, step sisters. They wouldn't have been brothers or sisters. They'd been just been steps. Although lawfully they would have been siblings. But in our time, a divorce eliminates that, breaks that tie. You know, I don't know if that was the same back then or not, but it is in our era. So to me, to be a brother of the master would have to be, so, or else it would say maybe the brother of his father, Joseph, or some kind of weird thing like that. It doesn't really. It just says brother. So I think this is kind of proof that Mary had other children, because to be their brother, they had to come from Mary because his father was Yahuwah. Anybody agree with that or disagree with that or see that differently? Go ahead, Toria.
I do agree. However, I was noticing though, it being that they're his brothers and definitely his sisters, they were of his mother, so he was of his mother, so they would be half siblings, and so they would be his brothers and sisters.
Yeah, that's still counted as a brother and sister. Halves are still counted as brothers and sisters. You can't break that tie. Even by divorce, you can't break that tie.
Yeah, and supposedly they recently, it's been a while now, found the half brother of Yahusha, James, and it says right on his sarcophagus, James, the half brother of Yahusha. So it's pretty cool. I've seen a picture of it, so it's kind of cool.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
Sorry. I just wanted to point out something that we seem to have passed over. If you look back on verse 16, he said, to reveal his son in me, that I might bring him, the Basora, it's a him, comma, the Basora, to the nations. So he here again is proof that the son is the Basora, and he's bringing them to the nations.
Good point. Good observation. To reveal his son in me, that I might bring him, the Basora, to the nations. Everybody seen that one? And then up above there is kind of interesting too, where it says, but when it pleased Yahuwah, who separated me from my mother's womb and called me by his favor to reveal his son in me. That's interesting because we know the history of Paul, right? He was a Pharisee of Pharisees, and he was going around killing and beating up and everything, all the believers in Yahusha. So is that amazing that Yahuwah chose him in his mother's womb and separated him, set him apart, even in his mother's womb? So he must have been chosen, you know, before the foundations of the world. He was born for this very reason, to take the Basora to the nations, to the scattered tribes. Are the scattered tribes part of the nations? They are now. The deliverances of the Yehudim. So that would be the scattered tribes. He's searching out his lost sheep, those who have been scattered. All right? Are they Gentiles now? Would they be considered a Gentile? They are in the eyes of men. But Yahuwah knows his sheep, and they know his voice, and he searches them out. He knows the weeds from the tares. Amazing, isn't it? That's pretty wild stuff right there. That he would be chosen from his mother's womb and be favored and set apart, but yet persecute all the first Natsarim before he was converted to do what he was born to do, or conceived to do, or created to do, formed to do. Go ahead, Rule.
Maybe he was chosen from then because he knew that as an ex-Jew Pharisee, it had more credibility when he would be teaching the Besorah of Yahusha.
Yeah, for some reason he had to go through turmoil and judgment and persecution and all kinds of stuff before he was allowed to bring the Besorah. Did he have to suffer because in the true pattern of Mashiach before he could bring the Besorah of the Mashiach to the nations? Was that Yahuwah's plan? Oh, wow. Good point, Rule. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I'm sure it's not too different from each one of us here. Each one of us here has had not a very appreciated life until we were redeemed by him.
Yeah, that's true. I think the only one that didn't go through this kind of thing Paul did may have been Yehukanan the Immerser, but that's just me saying that. Go ahead, Rule.
I think that we've all been chosen in our mother's womb.
Yes.
You think we were all chosen before the foundations of the world?
Yes, all of us here.
So we're doing and living what we agreed to do before the creations of the foundations of the world were laid?
I think so.
You think Yahuwah knew us before he created anything?
Well, I think I know so. Things that happen in all of our lives kind of proves that point.
Well, how is it that Yahuwah could have known us before the creations of the world, before the foundation of the earth was laid?
He knows everything.
Yeah, but how is it he knew us? We weren't born yet.
He knew the future. He knew everything. He knew everything that is going to happen to us in this.
He had a plan.
He has a plan.
Did he know the future, or was he in the future?
He was
Both.
everywhere.
He was everywhere.
In the past and the present.
He's in the future, and he's in the beginning of creation all at once.
Anybody else got any thoughts on that? So did he know us and talk to us before he laid the foundations of the world? Did we agree to our lives to do what we're doing before he created us? Go ahead, AJ.
I believe he's spoken to our substance, and we were predestined for our particular lives individually. And just like Shaul, he had an appointed time to come out of the delusion of the Pharisees. One thing I do notice when I was going through the scriptures, every prophet that the Father sent out to the tribes, to each individual tribes, and to the world, he taught them. They had not been taught by man. he taught them. And when he finished teaching them, he sends them back into the muck and mire to bring a message to the nations, the different tribes where he sent them. That's just what I think right now.
Does anybody here think that we existed before the carbon copy reality was made? Did we exist beforehand? And if we did, why were we sent down into this carbon copy world? And if we did not, how did Yahuwah know us and talk to us before he laid the foundations of the world?
We're special creations.
Go ahead, Ro.
I think our Ruach existed before we were born, and that he knew our Ruach. And maybe that's why we were chosen. But I don't think we know that. But I think he knew our Ruach.
Anybody else got any thoughts on that? It's kind of a deep subject. Go ahead, Toria.
I would suggest those to read Second Esdras, or it's also called Esdras 4. It's pretty mind-blowing and awakening when you read it to see who we were before we were in our Father's eyes, and how he placed the stars in the Shamayim, and why there's the stars, who resides in the stars, and they weren't just used for mapping out when to sow, when to reap, but an example to us. Far as what I read, that there is an actual star for each of us. I believe that's why it was mentioned when Messiah was born, the greatest star was placed into the Shamayim. And it says that our guiders, we each have a messenger that resides over each of us, that resides in the star. If you ever get a chance to read it, I don't know if anybody has, but it's amazing. It kind of opens your eyes to the stars, why they fall, when they fall. That's it.
Anybody else got anything to say about that? I'm just dying to hear what Luke White has to say about that. You don't want to touch it, huh? Okay. So what we know for sure is that Yahuwah knew us before the foundations of the world was laid. We know that. Okay, because he chose us beforehand. Remember? Beforehand. And the Lamb was slain before the foundations of the earth was laid as well. We know that. Okay. And the only way for me personally to perceive that is to say that Yahuwah was in the future, past, present. Has, the tenses has nothing to do with Yahuwah. They don't restrict him. So he was in the beginning, he was in the end, and he always will be of his creation. And he's also from everlasting to everlasting. So the tenses doesn't apply to him. And so he knew us before he created anything, because he was with us in eternity before he created anything. You see that? That's how I perceive it. I don't know how y'all are seeing it, but that's how I'm seeing it. Go ahead, Tad.
I just had a question for Sister Toria. Where were you looking at that in the chapter of Ezra, you said?
Esdras, yeah. It was Esdras 2. It's one of the books that were removed. Or it's also,
okay. I was looking at Ezra. I
no,
was looking at Ezra,
2,
and I couldn't.
The Apocrypha.
No.
Okay.
And it's also called Esdras 4.
Okay, thank you.
I was going to say too,
Yeah.
when I think about, Hashatan, left his first estate, Adam and Kua also were taking from their first estate. And it says that even the animals, have a desire to return to their first estate because they were dumbed down because of the fall. And I believe each of us have that desire to return to our first estate through the Ruach, because I believe it was Raul that said about, I forgot what I was going to say now. Sorry.
Restoration. You
To
speak of restoration.
about the Father. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Raul.
Knowing our Ruach before.
Yes, the Ruach, because the Ruach is within us, and that is what he knew. So I believe that's why we all have that deep desire for the Father, is he knew us through the Ruach.
Mm-hmm. And that could be. I remember a few years back, I was on this very subject, and I was actually studying on it. And the Ruach spoke to me, not out loud, but inwardly. And he said, if you knew what we were doing right now in eternity, you would be astonished. And it came across so clear to me. And when I heard that, it opened my eyes and my mind to understanding how deep and powerful the omnipotence of Yahuwah really is. That the tenses have no restriction on him. It doesn't apply to him. The tenses are his creation. So they don't apply to him. They just apply to us and our reality right now. And so for him to have known us before the creation of the foundations of the earth was laid means that he was with us in eternity. He was with us in the future. He's with us now. He's with us when we were children. He was with us before he created anything, because he was with us in the future or even eternity. And this is what we need to understand, how powerful he is. Okay. So anybody else got anything on that? Yeah, it's a mind blower. Okay, let's go ahead and continue on then.
Okay, verse 20. And what I write to you, see, before Yahuwah, I do not lie. Then I went into the districts of Syria and of Cilicia, and I was not recognized by sight to the assemblies of Yehuda, which were in Mashiach, but they were hearing only that. The one who once persecuted us now brings as Bezorah the belief which he once ravaged. So they were esteeming Yahuwah in me.
Okay, now that's some powerful stuff right there. All right, so let's get a closer look at that. Now I was not recognized by sight to the assemblies of Yehuda, which were in Mashiach, but they were hearing only that. So they didn't know him. It's been a while. He's changed a little bit. Perhaps he's, got a bigger beard. He's aged. His hair's different, whatever. But they're not recognizing him now. It's been a while. And so all he's hearing the people say, because they don't know who he is, so he's hearing conversations here and there that they're talking about him. And so what he's hearing is that but recognized by sight, they weren't, but they were hearing only that him and his people with him, his friends, were only hearing that the one who once persecuted us now brings as the Besorah, the belief, which he once ravaged, which he hunted them first Natsarim down to destroy them and ravage them, right, and beat them up and everything. So they were esteeming Yahuwah in me. Now that's powerful. How was that esteeming Yahuwah in Paul? Who had their hand up just a second ago? Go ahead, Ted.
I can't quite answer the question you just asked. I was just going to touch on, I believe that they didn't recognize him, for one, because of his fruits, because you recognize a tree by its fruits, and he had completely different fruits at that point. And, you know, to where he was persecuting and ravaging the assembly before, now he's completely humble and meek.
Yeah, very good point, Ted. So his character changed, his attitude has changed, his perhaps his dress has changed, his looks have changed, but whatever, all that together, they didn't recognize him. So he heard them talking about him and his friends, and that's what they were saying, you know, was that the one that used to persecute us and ravage us is now bringing the very Besorah that he chased us down and ravaged us for, talking about. So, and so interesting, isn't it? And then that last sentence, 24. So they were esteeming Yahuwah in me. How was that happening? Go ahead, Ted.
Didn't Yahusha say at one point that if you suffered as he did, that it was esteem for him? So Paul, being, you know, where he suffered and them persecuting him now, you know, doesn't that kind of follow along the same line?
Sorta. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Anything that we do, you, Mark, you esteem Yahuwah just by teaching the Torah. So he is in you, and everything you say and do esteems him.
Yeah, that's correct. So they were esteeming Yahuwah in me, which was the Ruach HaKodesh. Okay, so we can see that. But how were they esteeming Yahuwah in him? By saying what they just said. And they may have been saying something that's not written here as well. We got to keep that in mind. Go ahead, Shelley.
The first description that Brother Tad was saying about the fruits is what made me think that, you know, they had no idea that they were actually esteeming Yahuwah by them not recognizing who Paul was or is at that moment. That's the beauty of becoming like Yahusha, you know. So I'm trying to get somewhere with that.
You're right on. Keep going.
Okay. Yes. So I think the one who once persecuted us now brings us Besorah, the belief which he once ravaged. So that right there is showing the power of giving your life to Yahuwah and the power of what Yahuwah can do when you do give your life to him. And so they're recognizing that they didn't recognize him was esteeming Yahuwah.
Mm-hmm, yeah, because they're not recognizing him in the flesh anymore. They're acknowledging what? The new creature in Mashiach. Spot on, Shelly, and Tad too. Go ahead, William.
So when he was a Pharisee and he was the persecutor, then he's given this mission. He disappears, goes to Egypt, comes back, and he goes to Kepha and to James, the brother of the master, and through conversation with them, goes out and starts to do his thing. And he walks into a place where he was normally recognized as a persecutor. And now he's speaking the Bashora. Wouldn't you question that? Wouldn't you say, hey, man, is this guy trying to run a con on us now? Where he was once the persecutor, but now he's talking about the Bashora. And is he trying to run something over the top of us? So where did the 195 stripes come from that he got? How did this all look to them, except for those that spent time with him and could see that in him and start to spread that word throughout the brotherhood? Okay, so that when he did come to them at this particular point in time, he's given esteem because they believe what they've now come to believe in him. But somewhere along that line, when he was out there doing this, he was taken by the congregation and whipped and beaten for still being a deceiver and a con runner. Okay, can we maybe see that here too? They didn't just start giving him esteem because all of a sudden he started speaking a different story. It would be like if we took one of the circus fathers that's on TV today, who we know is teaching a false gospel, and he came in amongst us right here and he started to speak a different word. Would we just automatically take him at face value, or would we question his motives because we know that he's been a deceiver? You see where I'm going with this? Okay, so he's beaten 195 different times with stripes because he was teaching the gospel, teaching the Bashora to people who question his true motive. This had to be a process that happened over a period of years, from being the persecutor to walking and talking the true gospel, the true Bashora, and then being given esteem for it because he was tested too. They had to test him too to see if he was really talking about what he was talking about, or if he was just running a con on him. Does anybody see that?
Yeah, there's no doubt that they're leery of Paul, that there's people that are leery of Paul. There's no doubt about that. But to me, I hear what you're saying, William, and there's merit to that. Maybe not in this particular instance, but later on for sure. I think we're still in the first visit here to the Galatians, if I'm not mistaken. But I think it's a little bit more simple than what we're thinking, because it basically, what they're saying here is, look, Paul the persecutor has changed. He's no longer persecuting us and chasing us and beating us up and taking us to prison. He's actually teaching the Basora of Yahuwah to people now. He's totally changed, all esteem to Yahuwah, to Yahushua.
And he was looked at as being weak and small at one point. They looked at him like, who is this guy? He come in here knocking people down, killing people, and now he's this.
Now he's different.
Yeah.
New person. And so they're given the esteem of changing Paul to Yahuwah. It's only that it must be Yahuwah that did it, because how can a man change so dramatically from being Paul the persecutor to Paul the giver of the bringer of the Basora of Yahuwah? What a dramatic change. This could only have been done by Yahuwah. So they're esteeming Yahuwah in him for that new person, acknowledging the new creation that was born from above, the rebirth. See what I'm saying? So I think it's more of a simple thing here, is that the new person, the change. And so it can only be Yahuwah that did, so they're esteeming Yahuwah. Well, if he truly is bringing the Basora now, and he's no longer persecuting us, that can only be from Yahuwah. Praise Yahuwah, all esteem to Yahusha, right? And so they're esteeming Yahuwah in him for the change. That's what I'm saying. But what you're saying's got merit, especially later on. You know what I mean? Maybe jumping the gun a little bit. Because see, right here, he just came out of Syria. I mean, he just came into Syria, don't forget. Then I went on into the districts of Syria and Kilia, and I was not recognized. See what I mean? So it's kind of a flow of his pattern, travel pattern, and that we're coming into here now. And then all of a sudden they didn't recognize him, and they were steaming you and him because the rumor was Paul's is changed. He's no longer the bad guy. Now he's the good guy, which would be about face. It'd be a total reversal and a dramatic, thing that happened here. That would be no small thing. And so they steam in Yahuwah for it in him. That's what I think it's talking about, you guys. Anybody else?
I think you're right about that. That's the only way that kind of a transformation could happen is by the Ruach. Exactly.
Okay. Anybody else got any thoughts on chapter 1 here? Go ahead, AJ.
No, I was just listening, and I could think about me, my life, the way I used to think, the places I used to go, and the things I used to do before Yahushua came in my life. And people that knew me where I grew up at. And when I like to say set apart, when I got set apart, it was some time before I went back among them. And first thing they asked me, where were you? Where you been? We know we used to go here. We used to talk like this. We used to gather over here. But when I started speaking different than they ever knew. And then one person I knew, he said, where did this come from? Who you belong to now? And then I explained to him, because that's when I first got the fossilized customs. And after, I think, a year and a half of reading that book, it changed my whole perception on who I was, how I was thinking, where I was going to the buildings and different places. And I was able to explain some things, not everything, because I was still growing, but I was able to explain some things, why I don't say these things no more, why I don't do a certain thing, why I don't hang out here anymore. Not because I'm better than you guys. I just have a different path in life. I had to let them know that. And I think all of us come from different places in our life, just like Shaul. He was brought into this earth for a purpose. We all are brought in this world for a purpose. Maybe not to be beaten 99 times. I hope not, but still life beats the crap out of you when we make wrong choices and we don't listen to the Father. But when we home in on the Ruach and try to make those right choices, I think is less beatings by life, But that's what I was thinking about. That's all.
Okay, that pretty much sums everything up here that we've been talking about. Anybody else got anything thoughts on it? Okay, going to go into chapter 2 now. It's going to start getting a little bit harder to understand now. And so we're going to have to really start concentrating. Chapters 2 and 3 it's very difficult to see what Paul's talking about. So we're going to have to think harder about it, and we're going to have to dissect it in order to come to understanding of what Paul's saying here. Because like I said, this is where they say that the law's been abolished and all you have to do is believe. Okay. and they teach disobedience is what they're really doing rather than obedience, which got us in all this trouble in the first place, right? So chapter 2, extremely important chapter. Who wants to read it? Go ahead, Ted.
Then, after 14 years, I again went up to Jerusalem with Barnabas, taking Titus along too. And I went up by revelation and laid before them that Besorah which I proclaim among the nations, but separately to those who were esteemed, lest somehow I run or had run in vain. But not even Titus, who was with me, though a Greek, was compelled to be circumcised.
Okay, hold on. Can anybody explain to us what that means? What you just said? But separately to those who were esteemed, lest somehow I run or had run in vain. What's Paul's saying here? Okay, so I went up by revelation, or by the revealing of the Besorah by Yahusha to him, and laid before them that Besorah which I proclaim among the nations. So he's telling them exactly what he's been teaching to the nations. But separately to those who were esteemed, which would be, his brother, the brothers of Yahusha, Kepha, these type of people, right? At least somehow I run or had run in vain. What's that mean? Toria.
Stray away, maybe, from the truth and the following Yahuwah.
Yeah, somehow maybe he's misunderstanding the Besorah or something. So he gives it individually, separately to the elders to see if they think he's doing what he's supposed to be saying, or is he misleading people? He just wanting confirmation that he's right. The Besorah he's teaching is correct. Go ahead, Ted.
I was just going to kind of say the same thing, that he was checking himself as the Bereans did almost, except with those who were esteemed, his brothers, like you said, to make sure that he was, everything that was coming out of his mouth was truth. He wanted to make sure that he wasn't straying anywhere.
Right. Yeah, so he was seeking confirmation on what he's been teaching from the elders. He wanted to know, was there doubt in his mind for him to do that? Was he going down there saying, man, am I saying the right things? I mean, did he get mixed up for a little while and had to go down and get confirmation from the elders that he was actually teaching the Besorah of Yahuwah or Yahusha? Do you think he was? Or do you think he just went down there to get confirmation just so they could understand what know that what he's doing and what he's doing is okay? I mean, go ahead, Toria.
I don't think he needed confirmation because it was given to him. I believe that maybe they needed the confirmation.
Bingo.
Wow.
He was being tested.
So reverse psychology.
Bingo.
Go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, I was just going to say basically the same thing Toria said. I don't think he needed confirmation, except for maybe, like we say, he's hard to understand. So maybe he was just seeking confirmation that the way he was presenting it was correct.
Understandable.
Even though he knew that the Besorah itself was correct since he received it from the Ruach.
Go ahead, Real.
I think Tad's correct, because everything we read in the first chapter of other people trying to teach something different, and he was just kind of double checking. but he knew that he was teaching correctly. He wanted to kind of find out from the other emissaries what they were teaching, why in the first chapter some people were being led away from him in capital letters.
Go ahead, Phil.
Well, and they needed to hear the message too. Like
Hmm.
he was, like Ru was just saying, because the teacher needs to be careful that they don't get puffed up in some way. And maybe some of that was going on. And that's why that leading of astray through one's own self-importance, perhaps. I'm just reading into it. But I know the teacher needs to be also review all the basic information also.
So do you think that Paul sensed that they were being hypocritical in their teachings, perhaps?
Maybe he was definitely led to go talk to them. And it's also a kind of a respectful thing to do, even though they shouldn't think they're above him. And maybe that's what it was. You know, they might have been getting a little too big for their britches, which I don't know how else to say it, but you know, a teacher that can happen to a teacher if they're not careful, because their students or their followers, you know, raise them to a higher level, and they got to be careful that they keep them, like you do all the time. You always say, listen, I'm in this group. Someone's got to set it up and lead it, but I'm just like you guys. I'm learning along with you. So I don't know, but being a teacher for so long and teaching adults and children and all sorts of different angles, I really watch myself that I don't get thinking I'm more than I am. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm held responsible for every word I say. So being in a teaching position, I have to be very careful.
Do you think that maybe Paul was thinking that these add-ons, it was the same Basora, but things were being added to it, like you had to be male circumcision, was coming from Jerusalem? And so he went there to say, this is what I'm teaching, to see what their response would be, if they would actually admit that they were adding on to the belief Basora of Yahusha. I mean, maybe Paul went there to do that. Is that a possibility?
Most definitely. And I think that it was his respectful way of maybe doing it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, instead of confronting them,
Mm-hmm.
this is what I'm doing. This is what the Father has told me to do.
Yeah.
How you approach them. But yeah, I like that.
Oh, that would be very wise of Paul if that's what he was doing. Go ahead, Ted.
Kind of the same thing Brother Phil was talking about. One part, Paul is one part of the body. And the eye, if he's the eye, was checking with the hand and checking with the feet and checking with the other parts of the body to make sure that the whole body has the same purpose or the same goal.
Yeah, definitely. We need to check each other. And it's what's so neat about the acceptance of all different points of view. The Ruach Kadesh, you know, speaks to us at our different levels, and therefore we need to be open and not be, well, I've known this for, you know, like fossilized information, almost like definitely inspired Lou's book. And all of us have these fossilized, even if it's truth, we need to be careful that we haven't strayed away and gotten leavened or puffed up from some type of egocentric thing. And that's how Hashatan works. He comes in that angle and say, well, look at you. You're much more righteous than all of your friends. You should do this and this and this. So I don't know. It's just something to think about.
Go ahead, Ro.
If we read a little bit forward, I think he was reminding them and trying to teach them not to bring old baggage from the Judaism into the new Bezorah, the renewed covenant, and that they might be doing harm. And if we read forward, he kind of tells them to their face.
So what's that new baggage, old baggage, Ro? What is it?
The circumcision, the not wanting to sit down and eat with the Gentiles, the sacrifices, all the stuff that the new covenant took away.
Yeah, the animal sacrifices. Yeah, for sure.
Very good, man. Very good, you guys. Okay. Anybody else got any thoughts on that one? I think we hit it spot on, covered it very well. Okay, so that just brings me back down here to 3, where it says, but not even Titus, who was with me, though a Greek. So Titus went down into Jerusalem with him, but he was a Greek. Everybody know that Titus was a Greek? And Luke is a Greek too, right? But were they full-blooded Gentile, or were they scattered tribe? Were they lost sheep that were found among the Gentiles? What y'all think of that?
Wasn't Titus's mother Hebrew?
I'm not real sure.
I believe she was.
But it's interesting that he was a Greek. Was compelled to be circumcised. But not even Titus, who was with me, though a Greek, was compelled to be circumcised. So Titus was not compelled to be circumcised. He didn't believe he had to be circumcised to become into the everlasting covenant. Is that what that means? Go ahead, Toria.
Maybe it's like us today. We are compelled to be immersed.
But it says not even Titus was compelled to be circumcised. So he didn't think that you had to do it either, basically, although he was a Greek. Does that mean he didn't have any say-so on it because he was a Greek and not a Hebrew? Go ahead, Todd.
No, I believe that, if he was hanging with Paul, that he knew the truth. And so he wasn't compelled to go down and be circumcised.
Yeah, Paul lived with Priscilla and Apollos, and Titus lived next door to them. So he knew Paul very well. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Is it possible because everyone else around them were Jewish born and were circumcised at birth?
Yeah, they were once they got to Jerusalem. Yeah, that's right. They were. Matter of fact, probably once they entered into Israel, everybody was circumcised.
So therefore, Titus being the only one not circumcised, being a Greek,
wasn't compelled to be circumcised because he didn't feel that he had to be in order to become Israel. He didn't have to. So even the Greek understood that circumcision had no bearing on the everlasting covenant, is what it seems to be saying. Go ahead, Toria.
But I was thinking that when a man is circumcised in those times, isn't it more also of a public showing of your dedication to what you choose and believe?
I think back then it was a process to become a Hebrew. In other words, they had to be immersed, which they even back then considered that as being reborn, a Hebrew. So they would have to be, they'd have to be immersed in water and circumcised in order to become a Hebrew, a Gentile.
Yeah. So that's what makes me think that that's what made him feel compelled to do so. He wanted to be like the others who were followers.
But he was not compelled, it says. But not Titus, who was with me, though a Greek, was compelled to be circumcised. So he was not, but not even Titus. That's how I'm reading it. Anybody else reading it differently?
Oh, I thought I read it as that. Okay, but not even Titus, who was with me, though a Greek, was compelled. Oh, I'm sorry. I read it wrong.
Yeah, if you take out the Greek part there, you just say, but now even Titus, who was with me, was compelled to be circumcised. But not even Titus, who was with me, was compelled to be circumcised. So we take that insertion out, and then it becomes clear.
So
he changed the subject. That's why those 2 commas are there.
So he didn't feel that he should be circumcised. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he didn't feel he had to be.
Because his heart was circumcised?
Yes, probably because he had already received the Ruach. His heart was circumcised, correct. Very good, Tori.
Okay.
Yeah. Very good point there. I'm glad you said that. Okay. AJ, go ahead.
Yeah, because back before this, during the time of the teachings, when I think Paul and the rest of them, they taught that circumcision was of no avail in receiving, salvation through Yahushua. So what, through all the times and the teachings and what was said, maybe that's why he didn't get circumcised at that time. Because like Toria said, his heart was already circumcised. But now they do it for other reasons, for cleanliness, for not spreading germs or whatever. Some people are not as clean as others. That's all.
Go ahead, Ro.
I don't remember the verse, but I do remember that I don't remember which emissary was in the roof, and then 3 people showed up to take him to the house of some Gentiles that were not circumcised, and they all received the Ruach. So they knew that it was not a prerequisite to receive the Ruach to be circumcised.
Yeah, and remember our study. If you remember our previous study, one of our previous studies, even Abraham received the promise before he was circumcised. Remember, so Abraham was uncircumcised. He received the promise first. He believed first before he was circumcised. He was circumcised because for the covenant, the land covenant. That's why. That's what their circumcision was, so they could own land in Israel. It was a land covenant. They could inherit land and own land. It wasn't so they could be delivered. Okay. So if you were circumcised Israelite, you could enter into the land covenant. The covenant is never broken. It's forever. Does a promise break the covenant? No, the promise did not break the covenant. So when Yahushua came, it did not break that land covenant. It's an everlasting covenant. Okay, but that's all it is. It doesn't have nothing to do with deliverance. Okay, anybody else got any thoughts on that? Or think I'm cuckoo or anything? All right, let's go on to 2. Continue on in chapter 2. Who was reading? Tad? I think we left off at 4. Your mic's off, brother.
Starting back up at verse 4.
Yeah.
But as for the false brothers, deceptively brought in, who sneaked in to spy out our emancipation, which we have in Mashiach Yahusha, in order to enslave us, to these we did not yield in subjection, not even for an hour, so that the truth of the Besorah remains with you.
Okay, stop right there. Now, you know I can't pass this up. You all know. Y'all remember when I was talking about spies in the body? This just confirms that those people were spies in the assembly, man. This is confirmation that Mark August is not cuckoo. All right. But as for the false brothers, so obviously there's false brothers among us. We see them, they're masquerading as emissaries of light, okay? And they're not. They're not our brothers, man. They're spies. It says here that the false brothers deceptively brought in. They were deceptively brought in by somebody, maybe demons, maybe Satan, maybe the Yehudim, people that were practicing Yahudiism sent them in to spy them out. But obviously it wasn't Paul. There was some other false brothers deceptively brought in who sneaked in to spy out our emancipation, our freedom, our joy, our peace, which we have in Mashiach Yahushua in order to enslave us. They wanted to enslave them, make them their servants, to enslave them, to follow after their teachings and their doctrines. To these we did not yield in subjection. They did not yield. They did not buy it into what they were teaching, not even for an hour, so that the truth of the Besorah remains with you. Stayed in truth. Thoughts on this one? Go ahead, Ru.
Isn't this what the circus does to us? Because that word emancipation means freedom. And that's what they say, that we're trying to get them take the freedom of not having to follow the Torah.
In a sense, it can relate. Yeah, in a sense, But here, it's not like we're going into the circuses and being deceived by them. So, in other words, they would have to come in among us and try to deceive us, and which we see that sometimes in the chat room. Last night there was some deception going on. I'm not seeing much here today, but last night there was sure some of it happening. And so in that sense, rule, yes. You know what I'm saying? But out of context a little bit here, as far as this this verse 4 goes, in 5. So go ahead, Toria.
I have a question. So is this, it just sounds like it, is this where the circus has flipped it to where that we're the ones who are enslaving them in our belief, or they believe that we're enslaved because we follow Torah? Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like, it sounds like this is flipped, because it says that Mashiach Yahusha in order to enslave us. So the Circe feels that the way we live according to Torah is enslavement.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to say.
Yes, exactly. That's what they think.
Well, if we're at war with somebody, or say we're having opposition, okay, the best way to defeat the person you're opposed to is to infiltrate them and find out their ways, their plans, how they live, their culture, find out things about them so you can use it against them and win the battle. And so they were sent in there to spy out what their doctrine, their freedom, their peace, their joy, what's going on, learn about them, get close to them like a brother. So the false brothers, get as close to them as their belt buckle. There's a famous quote from one of our generals. And so that we learn our enemy and be closer, know him closer than our own brother, so that we may defeat him. And so this is what they're up to. They're trying to destroy the first Natsarim.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. Like when you're doing a study or we're together midrashing and people comment, well, you're legalistic, you're this, you're that. They're the spies that are within us telling us we're legalistic.
Right. Yeah, that's true. They're using the knowledge they've gained by infiltrating you to work against you. They're using your own love, your own practices against you. It is what they're doing.
So is this what my question was, is this the verses right here that they use that is saying that the Torah is enslavement? Is this what the churches use?
I don't think so. I've never heard them talking like that. I don't think so. I don't think
they make it sound like, oh, you're legalistic, you're this, you're that.
I don't think they have the spiritual insight, Tori, that you do. I don't think they do that, or they're using this verse to manipulate anything. that I've ever heard, you know.
Because I was just thinking, if I read that, if I was a Christian and I read that, I would think, oh, look, they're trying to enslave us Christians with this is us. They're trying to enslave us with laws.
Yeah, I'm not saying there's not somebody who's thinking that. You know, I'm just saying I've never heard them quite use that to
It
promote
was just a question. I just thought.
Their doctrine of the law has been abolished. But we're going to get into a whole lot of things that they do use. This one, if they do, it's slight. But we're going to get into a lot that they use heavy for sure. It's coming right up in this chapter and the third chapter. Go ahead, Tad.
AJ wanted to say something.
I was just going to comment on what Sister Tori was talking about, that if they did use that, it seems like in Peter, where he's talking about they take and twist the words of Paul, you know, that would be exactly what they're talking about right there. That if they're trying to use that to say they're enslaved, that it's just a complete misunderstanding on their part. That they're twisting the words.
Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah. Who else? AJ?
Yeah, I remember when I left the building and I was talking to a member, and I went back to him sometime after I was brought into this newness of knowledge, and I spoke about the Torah and the doctrine that's out there in a lot of buildings. He told me, he said, oh, no, the Torah is for the Jews. That's not for us. We are free now. So there's a blindness there because we understand the Torah is instruction on how to live. But they look at the Torah as a hindrance. And they say it's for the Jews, it's not for us. We are Christians now. We are free in just doing whatever. And I was trying to explain to him that's not so, how you're looking at it. But I had to remember, if you're not called out, you're not going to understand. That's a basic thing right there. If you're in darkness, because once you come out of darkness into the light, you understand where you are when you're in darkness. You know nothing. And it's not a put down. It's just the way it is. When you're blinded spiritually, you can't know. You can't perceive spiritual things. When we all was set apart, we were set apart from above. I made the confession of faith, like Romans 10:9 states. I was baptized, immersed in the water. And I did not have this knowledge. And it made me think, when I was set apart, was I really saved at the time I was baptized? Because I didn't have these thoughts. I didn't have this revelation knowledge of who I was when I said I was a Christian and I was saved. I didn't know this. It was new to me when I was brought out. So when I look back from where I came from, when I was a Christian, I was still spiritually dead. That's what happened to me. I was still spiritually dead as a Christian before Yahuwah and Yahusha brought me out and gave me revelation knowledge. That's the only thing I could think of. That's all.
Yeah, and when you're spiritually dead, then you follow the doctrine of men because you have no other choice. So you listen to the fairy tales and you listen to all that from the same dead presentation. The spirit is not alive to and not ready to receive any of those things, for sure.
Yeah, and let's before we leave this subject, let's look at this and compare something here. So where it says, to these we did not yield in subjection, not even an hour, so that the truth of the Besorah remains with you. Okay, so if they would have submitted to them, then the truth of Besorah would have been taken from them. That's what it sounds like, right? So if we go over to 1 John then, 2:19. 1 John 2:19, it says, they went out from us, but they were not of us. For if they had been of us, they would have stayed with us. But in order that it might be made manifest that none of them were with us. Why? Somebody. Go back over here. The truth of Besorah remains with you. But the spies left because they weren't of us. They were false brothers. They were spies. What's going on? Somebody put that together.
I don't think they had the heart to change. They were, my belief, when the spies come in, they don't come in to change. They come to change you. If it is not in their heart to change from where they come from, it's not going to be in them. And just like today, they talk about different messages. They include different things. They believe different things, but yet they try to put the truth mixed with error. And that's what it is. Truth mixed with error all the time. Go ahead.
Okay, so AJ, what I'm getting from what you're saying, and you correct me if this ain't what you're saying now. Well, I think what you're saying is the truth remains with us, or the light, and the darkness is repelled and flees, and the falsehood leaves. Is that what you're telling me? Okay. Ted, go ahead.
Well, you stole my thunder, Brother Mark. That's exactly what I was going to say. The darkness always flees from the light, not the other way around. Whenever something, if like a so-called holiday falls on around the same time as the appointed time, they will move it. The darkness moves it, not the other way around.
Interesting.
They always go away from the light, not the light away from the darkness.
Interesting. Go ahead, Toria.
They are not truly set apart. They don't want to live the set apart lifestyle. Like you said, you know, when something comes up, oh, well, I can't give this up or that up. So they're still in the world.
Yeah, well, obviously, you know, they're false brothers, you know, so they're not looking for deliverance or brotherhood or anything. I mean, they're being deceptive. False brothers deceptively brought in who sneaked in. They sneaked in. I mean, that's what gets me. They sneaked in. Almost like the guy that snuck into the wedding festival, all right? And Yahuwah, the father of the bridegroom, said, "How'd you get in here?" He snuck in there too, right? He was a spy, and so he sneaked into the to spy out their emancipation, which they had gotten from Mashiach. So it's kind of interesting. Then, I mean, let's interject one more thing into this, Shelley, and then I'll get right to you. Let's look at 2 Corinthians 11:12. I think most of you will remember this when we read it. 2 Corinthians 11:12 through 15. And I shall go on doing as I do in order to cut off the occasion from those desiring an occasion, so that in that which they boast they might be found also as we are. For such are false emissaries, deceptive workers, masquerading as emissaries of Mashiach. And no wonder, for Satan himself masquerades as a messenger of light. So that these are the spies in the assembly. It's given telling us what they're doing. It is not surprising then if his servants also masquerade as servants of righteousness, whose end shall be according to their own works. Okay, so it's false emissaries, deceptive workers, masquerading as emissaries of Mashiach. Satan himself masquerades as a messenger of light. So these false brothers are deceptively brought in, perhaps by Satan, who sneaked in to spy out our emancipation, which we have in Mashiach Yahushua, in order to enslave us. So they're wanting to do us damage. They're wanting to remove us or make us fall away from the assembly and join them into the lake of fire. Is this not their agenda? What's going on here, somebody? Go ahead, AJ.
That's their agenda, to stay on the Sunday rule, to worship these days that come up, not the set apart days, the days that that man set up. We know that the Ruach took us away from that because we know that is not what Yahushua did. And it's clear cut in the scriptures what Yahushua did. He didn't change. He didn't ascend to the heavens and send a word back, okay, y'all worship this day and that day. They kept the feast days. They kept Yom Teruah, Sukkot, tabernacles. Because Yahushua did when he walked the earth for three years and a half. So they want us to not do what's right, but want us to do opposite what is wrong. But thank be to Yah and the Ruach HaKodesh that he give us discernment. And they can't do anything to us because the power is from up high. We are nothing above, apart from ourselves, we're nothing. But the Father, he controls everything. And I thank him that he does. Because he moves them out of our way when they try to buffer us. Thank you.
Go ahead, Shelley.
Thank you. First, I just want to say I believe and support everything that everybody has said thus far on this subject. And I am not as knowledgeable of scripture as everyone here, and as it relates to historical events at the time also. So I may be wrong with this. I just wanted to share another insight along with the infiltration of the masqueraders of light. When I read, who sneaked in to spy out our emancipation, which we have in Mashiach Yahushua, in order to enslave us. When I read that, I don't see the connection between Mashiach being what enslaves us. I see that these people sneaking in are trying to enslave us. They're the ones that are trying to enslave anybody that believes Mashiach is our emancipation. I'm wondering if they are, the ones that would scream blaspheme or something to that effect. So I think along with the masqueraders of light who want us to be in the pit with them, who are of the adversary, I was wondering if also some of these false brothers were those who, like those that wanted Mashiach staked for claiming to be who he is. I was wondering if that tied into it a little bit. Sorry, I'm kind of low today.
Well, I think your interpretation's, correct. And as far as the ones that wanted to see him suffer and be staked, this is after that had happened, but it could be part of the spirit of the anti-Mashiach in them. If they are denying that Yahushua came in the flesh, perhaps that could be, other than that, I'm not seeing too much connection here. Is anybody else got any better insight on Shelley's question? Go ahead, Toria.
I don't know. I don't know if I have that, but it just made me think of Judas. He was a spy in the camp. He was doing as they were doing. He was living as they were living, and they full-heartedly believed that he was walking as they walked.
There you go. I don't think Judas, he was born to betray Yahusha, of course, but I just wonder if, I don't think he started out being against him, wanting to see him suffer and be saved.
What about like Lot's wife? That's
Judas's love for money, and then the possession of Satan, knowing that he had the love of that money, opened up a door for Satan to possess him and then betray Yahusha. That's just my opinion. What did you say about Lot's wife, Toria?
Lot's wife. She did the things he did. She trusted and believed. I'm believing in the same things he did, unless it's like us today, where you have your spouse who's not following the same as you are. Same thing with Job's family. There had to have been those. They were like spies in the camp, doing what he was doing, but not living what they were supposed to be doing.
And even Peter, when he was tested, and he denied Yahusha too. Not to the degree of Judas, or perhaps, but he was in that. He got, he feared for his own life instead of the Spirit. So it should be, when these disciples saw all this stuff and still had doubts, it should scare everyone, because we've seen things, but we have not experienced, first person, whatever you want to call it. So, that's why we have to work out our salvation with fear and trembling, because it's no guarantee for sure.
Yeah, that reference to Peter, spot on, Phil.
Isn't it also too? It's the heart. He knew the heart. They didn't have the heart and the love for him.
Yeah. They can be among us and not be the chosen or be the bride, for sure. They could be as close as our children or our spouse, even, I know there's things we've discussed about that, but there's always exceptions to the rule too, Other things come into play sometimes, like the possession of a demon possession, or even Satan. Tad, go ahead.
Actually, Rule was first. Go ahead, Rule.
Okay, go ahead, Rule. I wasn't sure.
Isn't the same motivation of the spies the same motivation of the Pharisees, that they were afraid of losing the people that would come and give them how to live, the money, because that was the main motivation for having him staked. And now is that they're afraid that Paul is taking followers away from the Pharisee into the new covenant. So that has to be part of the motivation for the spies.
And I did read somewhere where the tithe was never supposed to be money in the first place, because it was so tempting for whoever was getting the money, and it was supposed to be goods, perhaps. I don't know scripturally where that is, but it makes sense, because you hand somebody a stack of money, and they're tempted by the world. There's no doubt, because that's what the money's for in the first place. Worldly things, right? Not that we don't need some of it, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree with you. The enslavement part has monetary agenda involved. There wasn't enslaving to get money from them, for sure. Win them over to their side, and so they can follow their teachings instead of the teachings of Paul, which was the teachings of Yahusha. And so one of the motivations for them wanting to enslave these folks and infiltrate them and get them on their side probably was money, increase their influx of money. Anybody else? Go ahead, AJ.
Yeah, I find that's like they always say, follow the money. And it's one of the big motivators when you go into these buildings. They don't see you as an individual person. They see dollars. So once they say, oh, that's not Mr. So-and-so, that's Mr. 10%. We can get that each week. We got 9 other 10% that just came in. So when you cut that cord, yes, you're going to stir up something in the pot, so to speak, because that's one of the things that Yahushua through the emissaries said the fleecing, a precedent of fleecing the flock is that money. And when you get people tuned in, uniformed, marching to that same tune, not understanding that the tithes, they don't even look at it. People don't even read their scriptures. They got, first thing they tell me, I read my Bible, and read nothing. What they read is what the preacher said that week, and all they know that it was a good choir that was singing. They don't know nothing about the teaching. But that's where it's at. The money. They want that. Where you going? You can't live in that big mega building when things start falling down. You can't get nothing from these men. And if you do, they want it back. They want to make sure you got it to get back to them. They ain't going to give you anything. Everything is to suck you in. Building buildings, people telling people don't pay your light, pay us. Pray and let God cut your lights on. What kind of mess is that when you got the money you came from work with, your 10% to pay your light bill, and you giving it to some shyster? What kind of stuff is that? But that's the delusion. We all come from it in different ways, and we've been woken up. We're to help our neighbor. We have orphan children in our family. Help them with your 10%. You got them right there amongst you. That minister don't know your family, don't know your grandkids, don't know somebody in your house that just passed away and has orphan children. But that's saying all of that to say the biggest motivator is the money. Thank you.
Okay, and so the truth of the Besorah remains with you, which is Yahusha. The others stay just a short time. They don't stay. Once they leave, we know that they weren't of us, and so now they're returning back to the father of lies, knowingly or unknowingly. It doesn't really matter. But they were false brothers, and they were not of us because they didn't stay with us. But the truth remains with us, which is Yahusha. Okay, and we remain in him and him in us. That's the thing that we have to realize here. And we also have to realize that there are spies among us. There's people masquerading as emissaries, even Hashatan masquerading as messenger of light among us. And the only way, other than they leave us, is for us to know who they are, is discernment. Okay, and that comes through the Ruach HaKodesh in you. That's those feelings we were talking about, whether it's false or true. I mean, it don't sound right to me. Or, that sounds good to me. Go ahead, Ted.
I just wanted to point out that we also kind of have to remember that Paul, at one point, kind of turned it around on them. And I don't know if it's the exact same concept, but he said, remember when he said, and I became as such and such to reach these people, and I became as such and such to reach these people. He was kind of infiltrating, to spread, to go the opposite direction, to be the truth. It flipped it around on him.
Okay, very good point, Brother Ted. Can we be spies and enter into the camp of darkness or the the den of Hashatan and try to get them to come over to our side? Do we have spies working for us as well? Or working for Yahusha, I should say? Tad's a spy.
Tad is a spy.
Everybody, Tad's a spy. But he's for spy for the good guys. Okay, yeah. So yes, we have spies in their camps too. And when we all go out and give testimony and witnessing to others in the circus, or unbelievers or atheists, whatever, Muslims, whatever, we're presenting ourselves maybe not as false brothers or believe they do, but we're definitely infiltrating them to try to influence them with the light, in case they may be a lost sheep in there in the darkness, not knowing it. But once they hear Yahusha's words coming out of our mouth, they hear it and they come out of the darkness unto his marvelous light. That's part of our job, working the harvest. Go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that it's not me that's the infiltrator. It's definitely Yahusha, using me as a vessel, speaking to those who are in the circuses.
All steam to Yahusha. Thank you, Brother Ted. Go ahead, Toria.
He just said what I was going to say. I said, I don't believe he's actually a spy. I believe that would be a servant or the vessel of Yahusha doing his will.
Yeah, you're correct. I was just kind of joking around there with that. But yeah, that's a correct statement. It's all about Yahusha. Okay, so if nobody else has anything on this, we'll just move on. I think Tad was reading.
Picking up in verse 6. But from those who were reputed to be what they were, it makes no difference to me. Yahuwah shows no partiality. For those who were famous imparted nothing to me. But on the contrary, when they saw that the Besorah to the uncircumcised had been entrusted to me, even as Kepha to the circumcised, for he who worked in Kepha to make him an emissary to the circumcised also worked in me for the nations. So when Yakub, Kepha, and Yehukanan, who seemed to be pillars, came to know the favor that had been given to me, they gave me and Barnabas the right hand of fellowship, in order that we go to the nations and they to the circumcised, only that we might remember the poor, which I myself was eager to do. And when Kepha had come to Antioch, I withstood him to his face, because he was at fault. For before some came from Yakub, he, meaning Kepha, was eating with the Gentiles. But when they came in, he began to withdraw and separate himself in fear of those of the circumcision. And the rest of the Yahudim joined him in hypocrisy, so that even Barnabas was led away by their hypocrisy.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so Paul presented his teachings to the elders to see if he was approved by them. So plainly here now he was, because they shook hands and departed and agreed that they would take it to the circumcised, and Paul would continue with his Besorah and taking it to the uncircumcised. So they agreed with Paul, with what Paul was doing, obviously. Okay, so if that's what he was seeking when he went there, then he was approved by the elders. And then it says that Kepha was kind of like a hypocrite. Okay, and so he had gone. Paul had gone out to the nations to find the lost sheep or the scattered tribes among which had been among the seed of the Gentiles. So the seed of Abraham is among the seed, mixed in with the seed of the Gentiles. So he's looking for the lost sheep, the scattered tribes. And Kepha, interesting here now in 11, had come to Antioch, and I withstood him to his face. When Kepha came to Antioch, he withstood him to his face because he was at fault. He was being a hypocrite. He was siding with the Yehudim and also with Paul, okay, depending on the situation. So he was playing both sides of the field, right? So Paul stood up to Paul to his face. They got into an argument, a debate, a quarrel, if you will. For before some came from Jacob, Kepha was eating with the Gentiles. So he was violating tradition. So the Hebrews did not eat with the Gentiles, okay? But Kepha was. But when they came in, he began to withdraw and separate himself in fear of those who were circumcised. This same Peter here that's being hypocritical and withdrawing in fear, cowarding, okay, not standing up for what he believes. And I think this was after Peter's dream in Acts, where Yahushua had sent him that dream with the sheets and stuff. And it was clear that it wasn't about food. It was about men being clean. It wasn't talking about food, where the circus always says it's talking about you can eat anything you want. It wasn't. It was talking about men. I think this is afterwards, because here Peter's freely eating with the Gentiles. Okay. And so that was his lesson he learned in Acts. So this has to be after, is my guess. And then here, this same Peter, who withdrew and separated himself in fear and cowardly, kind of a coward type behavior here, is the same Peter who also denied Yahushua 3 times. So this was kind of maybe in his character of Peter. Peter was a mess in a lot of ways. But in his weakness, he was strong because of the Ruach in him. But we can see Peter's weaknesses. He was a coward. He denied the master. He cowardly didn't want the Yehudim to see him eating with the Gentiles when Yahushua already told him that all men were clean and could enter the everlasting covenant. Deliverance was for everyone that are chosen by Yahuwah, not just the sect of the Yehudim. So, interestingly, here 13 says, and the rest of the Yehudim joined him in hypocrisy, so that even Barnabas was led away by their hypocrisy. Anybody want to talk about this? Got any thoughts on this? What's this mean for us? AJ, go ahead.
We have to look at people as creations of Yahushua and Yahuwah, even though they might be lost, no matter what nationality they are or where they come from. We cannot be afraid to speak to a nationality or culture or people and feel that somebody going to look at us strange because we're doing so. We have a mission. We have to stick to the mission and be grateful because we are speaking to another human. We cannot show favoritism to anyone when you bring in the truth. That's all I got to say with that.
Rule?
That we have to be careful to wear our armor at all times to not become weak or to be intimidated.
Do not fear. The most repeated command in all the scriptures. Do not fear. Who else had their hand up? Was it Ted? Was that you? Go ahead.
Yeah, this kind of shows me that even though, you know, they were emissaries, that they kind of went back in a way to wallowing in the mud, and as a dog returns to his own vomit. And it's kind of an example for us today to look at that as something not to do. Because as we found out, as you mentioned, in Peter's vision in Acts, that no man is better than another, that we were all created, every race, from one blood. And so, yeah, like I said, I think it's an example for us. You asked what it meant for us today. It's just an example for us to not do that.
Anybody else? Any thoughts on that? Go ahead, Shelley.
Just simply that they cared more about what the man thought than Yahuwah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they were more worried about obeying men's traditions than they were about obeying Yahuwah. I think we should rather obey Yahuwah than man, for sure. Excellent point. Anybody else? Yeah, and so the Yehudim here in this caption says Yehudim had made up many strict rules, one of which was not associating with foreigners, and this is what Paul's referring to here. And we've already figured that one out, but this also shows us something else. It shows us that not only were the converts struggling to obey Torah or to obey the Besor of Yahusha and to keep in obedience, but also the Natsarim seem to be struggling with being able to maintain what they've been commanded as well. And so we see struggle on both sides of the fence here by the Natsarim and by the new converts. Go ahead, Ro.
In today, what came up to me, like in today, in our time, it's our struggle with their man-made traditions of we're just going through this month and how hard sometimes it is to step away from that.
Yeah, exactly. We're all experiencing that this month for sure, and this evening, when tomorrow is supposedly the new year, it is not, and that's another thing we need to back off of. Okay, that's a different agenda, different calendar than what the Yahuwah has given us. So we know that the new year's in the springtime. And so hopefully everybody knows not to have anything to do with celebrating the false new year of the Gentiles, if you will. Yeah, and so we struggle with that, especially during these fall festivals of the Gentiles. And it's amazing to see Peter here also cowering again, like he did when he denied Yahusha 3 times. And so that right there just kind of really stands out at me, man. So he wasn't totally, I'm sure he repented and was forgiven, but we can see that he still struggled with part of his character, the cowardly side. even though by this time he knew better and he knew the Gentiles were clean and there was no, that law was bogus. They weren't unclean where you had to not eat with them, you had to stay away from them, no longer applied. But yet Peter chose to fear the Yehudim more than Yahusha. So very interesting right there. And the rest of the Yehudim joined him in hypocrisy, so that even Barnabas was led away by their hypocrisy. What does that mean? Are they agreeing with the Yehudim that these people should be circumcised? Is that what's happening? How did the rest of the Yehudim join Peter in hypocrisy? Peter was being a hypocrite. So all the other ones joined in the hypocrisy that even Barnabas was led away by their, even his buddy, his traveling partner was led away by the hypocrisy of the Yehudim. So there must have been some strong stuff being said here. Go ahead, Shelley.
I feel like it ties into what I was trying to say earlier with the enslavement a little bit. I think that's a bit of an enslavement going on. I full on loved the realization, I can't think of the right word, from Raul. Please tell me how to pronounce your name correctly. About the money. Yeah, they wanted that money for sure. But here it seems Peter's enslaved still to pretend that, it's before Mashiach teaching is how he should still be walking. It just seems like an enslavement.
Okay, let's read on and find out what Paul does about this, how Paul tackles this. Go ahead, Toria.
Yes, I was going to say that that they all trusted Peter. They had followed and they were studying with him and they had trusted. So that's why I believe that Barnabas was so easily led away, is he so trusted him instead of being a Berean and studying it out, seeking it out.
Yeah, so they were following after Peter's example, but Peter was acting in hypocrisy, and knowingly or non-knowingly, they were acting in hypocrisy along with Peter because they were doing what he was doing. Oh boy, poor Peter. Tad, you got something?
I was just kind of going to agree that I don't believe that they were agreeing with the circumcision. I think they were just agreeing. They were just following along, like you said, because of Peter, even though he had seen his vision already, they were just following kind of blindly.
Yeah, weren't the reason they weren't allowed to hang around the Gentiles because they were uncircumcised, which they considered unclean? Is that a true statement? You think it is? Go ahead, Phil.
Well, it seems like spiritual laziness. They're just following along. Well, I hope he knows what he's talking about, and that goes into the same mind of the flesh as far as not getting away from. You have to work this stuff out. I mean, you have to really think about it. Like after this meeting, I think about all the things you guys and ladies have said, and you have to take it to yourself because you can't just blindly follow what everybody says. And I'm not saying anybody does that here, but it definitely, you have to really, he rewards you for your meditation on his scriptures and the thoughts that he gives you, and then the fruit that you bear from it. I mean, otherwise the tree is thrown into the fire. I mean, it's on unfertile ground, whatever you want to call it. I know I'm jumping around there. I'm sorry. But, it's just definitely spiritual laziness by a lot of people. And I think that's how we get led astray when we don't work it out.
Tad, go. Tad.
just to add to what Brother Phil was talking about, it's the same kind of mindset that they have in the circuses today. You know, gee, I hope, you know, this guy knows what he's talking about. We don't really read our scriptures. We're just going to listen to him, and, you know, we're like lemmings. We're all going to go off the cliff with him.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
Basically, that's what I was going to say. These people were all raised in tradition, and and Peter and the apostles are trying to get them out of the tradition. So as soon as Peter saw the pressure of the tradition people coming at him, he wanted to slink away and say, "Oh, I'm not really doing that. I'm keeping the traditions." They're just, I think they're just more skittish and not, just like Peter's always been, not really strong in his belief.
Yeah. Anybody else? Any thoughts about this one? Let's read on here now and find out what Paul does about all this hypocrisy going on.
Okay, so picking up. Oh, go ahead, Mark. Sorry.
As far as I can tell, at this particular moment, Peter's a weasel. He's acting. He's acting like he's pious when he sees the Yehudim approaching, and he's neglecting his friends who he's sitting down there eating with, in order to take sides with the Yehudim so he doesn't get shunned by them. To me, in my book, that's a weasel. Okay, so this is how Paul handles this situation. Let's go ahead, Todd.
So in today's society, is that what we would call two-faced?
Yeah, you can call it two-faced, backstabber, betrayer, whatever you want. There's no good words I can find for it.
Okay. Picking up in verse 14. But when I saw that they are not walking straight according to the truth of the Besorah, I said to Kepha before them all, if you, being a Yehudi, live as a Gentile and not as the Yahudim, why do you compel Gentiles to live as Yahudim? We, Yahudim by descent, and not of the Gentiles, sinners, knowing that a man is not declared right by works of Torah, but through belief in Yahushua Mashiach, even we have believed in Mashiach Yahushua in order to be declared right by belief in Mashiach and not by works of Torah. Because by works of Torah, no flesh shall be declared right.
Okay, stop. All right, here's where it gets heavy. All right. And we really have to put on our thinking caps to catch everything that Paul's saying here. So first of all, he's exposing Kepha as being two-faced, if you will, or a hypocrite, or a weasel, whatever. Okay. And after he exposes Kepha, he goes on to say things that are very confusing, and this is where the circuses attack. Because Paul is calling male circumcision, which the Yehudim was teaching you had to do to be delivered, is not having to do. Okay? And matter of fact, if you do it, you're not going to be, you're because by the works of Torah, no flesh shall be declared right. So if you do it, you're actually going to be sent to the lake of fire. This is Paul saying, if you think that's going to deliver you, bye-bye, right? And so we need to look at this very closely, and everyone needs to get a good understanding of what Paul is speaking about here when he says works of Torah, okay, or Torah. This is where they say the law has been abolished and no longer do we have to obey Yahuwah. We simply need to believe. This is huge this is where they get it in a lot of different things. Because like I said in the beginning, Paul calls male circumcision and animal sacrifices the Torah. So they mistakenly thinking the Torah is law, so that the law has been abolished. And all you have to do is believe. So we need to understand this so that we can, well enough that we can explain this to somebody clearly. Very clearly. So who wants to go from 15 down to 16, 15 and 16, and explain each word to us, dissect it clearly so we all can understand what Paul's saying? Who wants to take a shot at that? Somebody dropped. I don't know who it was. Whoever dropped, come back and I'll let you back in. I'll put the link back out there. There's the link. Whoever dropped, I'm not sure who it was.
It was William.
Oh, William. Come on back, William. Anybody want to take a stab at this? We can't move beyond this one until we all get a good understanding of it. Go ahead, Rule.
It might be above my pay grade, but what I get is he says works of Torah. It's certain parts of Torah that he's talking about. He's not talking about the whole Torah. Because if anybody reads scripture will understand that Paul kept Torah. He kept festivals and he kept a lot of the supposed laws or instructions. So that is one way of trying to explain it.
That's true. This is definitely speaking of a partial or specific instructions. It's not speaking of the entire Torah or the Tanakh. And that's weird how they do apply that. They do suggest that this applies. This works of right by works of Torah somehow applies to the entire Torah. AJ, I think, had your hand up first.
Yeah. Yeah, Rule, he's right. We know that the whole Torah has not been done away with. Certain ceremonial laws have been done away with. There's some places that still drink blood or eat animals with their blood. We're not to do that because the blood is the life, as we have learned. And the idolaters in certain movements, all of them have little pieces of this, but they disregard the covenant, the 10 words. I can't think of all what I want to say, but I do know that certain things have been done away with when Yahushua gave up his spirit on the stake. Not everything. We still are commanded to love one another, love our neighbors, love Yahuwah, not steal from our neighbors, not cheat on our wives, and all those things which is in the Torah. Eat certain foods and different things like that because we understand why the Father put certain animals on this earth. Some to clean the earth and some for us to eat for now, for the body. He gives us instructions in there on what to eat and what not to eat. The lost, they eat anything they want because I think they used that vision from Peter to explain why they eat crabs and shrimps and lobsters. Anything that you will make common or unclean is not uncommon and unclean, but he was talking about people because even now, going back then, they still had favorites or discrimination in different tribes because of color of skin and different things like that. And when he got to different people, like the Gentiles are made up of all types of nations. And when you discriminate against one, you discriminate against Yahuwah because he made them. So as far as that is concerned, I'll speak on that. You know, somebody else has a little more in detail. Thank you.
Okay, thank Tad. Did you have your hand up? Go ahead.
Okay. You asked us to go word by word, so I'm going to do that. It says, we, the Yahudim, by descent, which means basically the native Israelites, and not of the Gentiles, and he's calling them sinners here, which basically just means they're not of Israel. They're of the nations. Knowing that a man is not declared right by works of Torah, and just as AJ explained, I believe the works of Torah he's talking about here are simply adult male circumcision, and like you explained before, there's a little part of it, the animal sacrifices. And I say that because he says, but through belief in Yahushua Mashiach, which means his blood. That his blood is what saved us, not animal blood. Even we have believed in Mashiach Yahushua in order to be declared right by belief in Mashiach and not by works of Torah. So again, he's restating that it's through the belief in that blood, not by adult male circumcision, not by animal sacrifice, because by works of Torah, no flesh. So if you're thinking that it says no flesh shall be declared right. So if you're thinking that by being circumcised as an adult male or going back to those animal sacrifices that you're going to be saved, you're wrong. And I think that's what he's saying.
Everybody should give Tad a hand for that. He was spot on, perfect with that.
All praise to Yahushua.
That's how you explain this verse to a non-believing circus goer. That was basically perfect. Go ahead, Ro.
I would. His was very good, but I don't know the verse or in what book, but Yahusha himself said, I did not come to do away with the Torah. I came to fulfill the Torah.
Okay, so what part of the Torah did he come to get rid of? He did get rid of some part of the Torah.
Yes.
What part did he come to get rid of? Wait a minute. He said not one yod or tittle was going to be removed, but yet there was some removed. What's with that? Was it in the Torah or was it beside the Torah? What's going on, Ro?
Well, he did do away with sacrificing, and he did do away with the circumcision, and he changed the priestly order. I mean, he changed a lot, but he did not tell you do away with the Torah and don't follow my instructions.
So he didn't tell us we were allowed to be disobedient banshees running around sinning, right? Just
Exactamundo.
Oh, but yet the Christianity says that's what we're allowed to do. Are they wrong, Ru?
Yes, they are.
Go ahead, Toria.
And he put the Torah in our heart.
Does that make us walking Torahs? Are we the letter, walking letter? Yeah? Go ahead, Ted.
If we're part of his body and he is the Torah, then we are also, because of him, walking Torah, just as you were saying.
Go ahead, Toria.
Yes, because we are the vessel. Torah, they use the Torah written down to be rolled up and put into a vessel, and that's what we are. His words are put inside of us.
Writing the 10 words on our hearts, turning our hearts of flesh to stone.
Yeah, go ahead, Ted. Ted?
You asked just a minute ago. Yeah, you asked just a minute ago whether that was, put beside the ark or not. Yes, it was. Those were on a scroll or animal skins, possibly, written and placed beside the ark, not the stone
Inside.
tablets that were in the ark, the actual marriage covenant itself. And so they weren't done away with. They were just changed. As Brother Raul was stating, it was just, there was still a priestly succession, but it was only him because he can't die. So I mean, it just got changed a little bit. There was still a blood sacrifice, but instead of animals, it was him, the perfect sacrifice. Mm-hmm. So it still kept with the original covenant, just slightly changed.
Okay, so the old priesthood was a trainer for the reality that was to come, which was Yahusha, right? And so inside the ark was the 10 Debarim written on tablets of stone, which was our trainer. Okay, and since they're no longer, and the tablet and the 10 Debarim are written on our hearts, have we become the Ark of the Covenant? Are we now the Ark of the Covenant? Yeah. We carry the 10 Debarim in us, man.
Yeah, definitely we are.
So is there a Holy of Holies in us? Is there a mercy seat in us? Yes. So the shadow has become a reality, hasn't it? The training is over, except for those who don't believe. Then they have to go back through the training. But if you've accepted love, you've been trained, you are now the Ark of the Covenant. Your being is the mercy seat. And we have become the walking Torah with Yahusha dwelling in us. We're the reality now. That was all just a shadow before, leading up to the reality. Go ahead, Ted.
I just have a question for you, Mark. Could you touch just a little bit more and explain just a little bit more about what you mean by the mercy seat?
Well, on top of the Ark of the Covenant, there were 2 angels, whatever you want to call them. I can't remember what they call them. What was the name of it? I can't remember. But anyway.
Cherubims.
Yeah,
Cherubims.
Yeah, there you
Cherubim.
go. And so this was the mercy seat. This is where once a year the Ruach HaKodesh came, and he was and sat there, and the high priest would walk into the Holy of Holies and get instructions from Yahuwah, if there was any, for the children of Israel. So that was the mercy seat, or the throne of Yahuwah, if you will. If we're his temple, does he not enter his temple and sit on his throne, the mercy seat in us? You better believe it. We're the reality, man. The tabernacle, the Holy of Holies, the Ark of the Covenant, all that was nothing more than a shadow of what Yahuwah was planning to do in order to redeem his people and deliver them. He was showing us how he was going to do it. And so is the 7 appointed times. It's also a shadow of how he's going to redeem his people. of his redemption plan. Go ahead, Toria.
I just thought about it. The mercy seat is like your heart. He's taking that stone out. He's put his flesh in there. He's the mercy of love, kindness, all his attributes have been put into us, into the heart.
Yep. You better believe it. Go ahead, Tad.
Yeah, I just hadn't heard that for what you explained. I just hadn't heard that particular phrase before, mercy seat, as describing what you did. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else got any thoughts on this? Tad nailed it. This is how we all should present this. When somebody says, look, and do not by the works of Torah, because by the works of Torah no flesh will be declared. See, so those people that think they can get delivered by the law, by obeying the law, are nuts. The law's been abolished. We now all know what to say. Everybody know what to say, because it's important.
Please repeat it, Tad.
Go through it again, Tad. This is critical. It's worth a second look at.
Well, starting at 15, he just says, we, the Yehudim, by descent, and he's speaking of basically we who are native Israelites and not of the Gentiles, sinners. And he's basically saying that all the nations, because they're not Yisrael, he's just calling them sinners just because they're not of Yisrael. Knowing that a man is not declared by right or not declared right by works of Torah. And what he means by works of Torah in that instance is the adult male circumcision. And as we can see here just in a second, he's also adding in the animal blood sacrifices as well, because in the next sentence he says, but through belief in Yahushua Mashiach, which we know that the belief in Yahushua Mashiach is the belief in his blood, that he sacrificed himself for the sins of all mankind once for all time. Even we have believed in Mashiach Yahushua in order to be declared right by belief in Mashiach and not by works of Torah. So he's just there reiterating that we're declared right by his blood, not. And when he says works of Torah, he's speaking again. Like I said, he's reiterating that it's adult male circumcision at this point and the sacrifices of animal blood, because by works of Torah, no flesh shall be declared right. So he's saying, if you think that you can, by circumcising an adult male or by going back to those animal sacrifices, be declared right, then you've kind of lost your mind, is what he's saying.
Okay, very good. Yeah, so the works of Torah here is not the law. The right by works of Torah is male circumcision, and not by works of Torah, because by works of Torah no flesh shall be declared right, is animal sacrificing. Okay, and so this is what we need to understand. Okay, so when they say that this is proof that the law has been abolished or the Torah has been abolished, they're in error. And we need to be able to point that out and correct them, because this is a salvation issue for sure. Okay, let's continue on then with 17.
Okay, picking up in verse 17. And if, while seeking to be declared right by Mashiach, we ourselves also are found sinners, is Mashiach then a servant of sin? Let it not be. For if I rebuild what I overthrew, I establish myself a transgressor. For through Torah I died to Torah in order to live to Yahuwah.
Okay, hang on.
I have been saved.
Hold on. What does that mean when he says, "For if I rebuild what I overthrew, I establish myself a transgressor"? What does that mean? Rule.
If he regressed to following all the stuff that he followed when he was a Judaism, I'm sorry, the word, that means that he's a transgressor.
Yeah. All right. If he goes back to animal sacrifices and circumcision, teaching circumcision for deliverance, then he becomes a transgressor again. So he ain't no going back. No going back. Stay the course. Scripture says somewhere that anyone who is plowing straight and looks back is not worthy of the reign of Yahuwah. So we don't want to become a transgressor again, going back to the old priesthood and its standards. Go ahead, Ted.
Just going to point out that when he says, "For if I rebuild what I overthrew," that we have to remember that Mashiach is the cornerstone or the base stone that we build everything on. And so if he goes back and rebuilds it without truth and is not building on it with truth, then, like he says, he established that he's a transgressor then, because he's not building correctly on that foundation.
Great point, man. He'll rebuild on the wrong foundation, which is nothing but a house of cards, right? All right. So that very good point there, man. Let's go ahead and continue on now. This next one's huge.
Okay, picking up in verse 20.
Toria had her hand up.
Oh, go ahead, Toria.
Go ahead, Toria.
I'm sorry, I just had this thought. When it's saying that that if I rebuild what I overthrew, I establish myself as a transgressor. If he rebuilds or becomes flesh again, there is no salvation.
Yeah, true.
Then he hasn't completed the because the transgression which is the transgression is flesh, which was put upon Adam and Kua. That was their punishment. So if he took back on that flesh, then there's no redemption for their transgression.
Yeah, very good. So what does 19 mean, you guys? What is "for through Torah I die to Torah in order to live to Yahuwah"? For through Torah I die to Torah in order to live to Yahuwah. What does that mean? Toria was just all over that. Somebody. For through Torah, I die to Torah. Are we all thinking about the Tanakh now, the 5 books of Moshe? Are we all thinking about getting rid of the entire book of Torah here when he says that? Is that what he's talking about when he says Torah? What's he talking about?
We have to separate ourselves from the flesh.
For through Torah, I die to Torah. So through the instructions of animal sacrificing, through those instructions, I died to those instructions. I'll die. They can't deliver me. In order to live to Yahuwah, I have to get rid of that stuff, those instructions on animals sacrificing and male circumcision. I have to get rid of those Torahs, those instructions. Okay, in order to live to Yahuwah and accept you, belief in the power of Yahuwah's blood. Go ahead, Todd.
Yeah, because like you pointed out before, Elder Mark, that the Torah was a trainer only, and until Yahusha came. And so, he kind of got rid of those training wheels, and this is the reality.
Yeah. Yeah, we have to cross over somewhere along the lines here. Go ahead, Phyllis.
This thought just hit me. If the Torah was just training and there's no way to be saved by the Torah, animal, then what about the people who that's all they had? I'm sorry, I'm sure we've covered this before, but it just really hit me hard just now.
Well, we're going to get into it more in chapter 3, where we're going to find out that Torah was given because of transgression, and we're going to get into that. And the ones, did you say without the Torah? What about them? Yeah, well, it depends. I mean, if sometime in their life they receive the Torah, and now I'm assuming that we're speaking of the Moshe, the first 5 books of Torah, the entire Torah. Now is what I'm thinking we're talking about. Someday they may be given that in the future, if they're still alive and able, and they'll take the trainer and they'll learn, just like we all did. If they are never given the Torah, they have never read it and die, they're going to be judged by their conscious mind and nature and what's been planted in their mind by Yahuwah. They're without excuse. Whether they have the ones that have the Torah will be judged by the Torah. The ones without the Torah will be judged without the Torah, which means what's in their conscious mind. We all know that murder's wrong. So if you go around murdering and you say, "Oh, I didn't know I wasn't allowed to murder. I didn't have Torah," Yahuwah will probably say something like this: "You are without excuse. I'll put it in your conscious mind to know that murder's wrong." And I don't just try to put words in Yahuwah's mouth. I'm just trying to give an example here. I have no idea what Yahuwah will say. I'm just using what men's mind, what my mind perceives. Okay, so anything else? For through Torah I died to Torah. So through the Torah, or through those instructions, okay, the shadow, if you will, what was coming, I died to Torah because it couldn't save me. Okay, and so in order to live to Yahuwah, I got rid of that old priesthood stuff. I threw out the trainer and accepted the reality, the Mashiach in me, basically. Anybody else got any thoughts on that? It's pretty important, really, because they try to say this is, proves that the law's been abolished, and it doesn't. And so when he says, "For through Torah I died to Torah," is he speaking about the 5 book of Moshe? No. Here again, he's calling animal sacrifices, if you will, the Torah. See, he calls it the Torah, the circumcision and the animal blood offering, Torah. And everybody thinks, oh, that's the entire 5 books of Moses have been thrown out. It's just a small part of it, as somebody brought up. I think it was real. Okay, let's go ahead and finish it out then.
Okay, picking up in verse 20. I have been staked with Mashiach, and I no longer live, but Mashiach lives in me. And that which I now live in the flesh, I live by belief in the Son of Yahuwah, who loved me and gave himself for me. I do not set aside the favor of Yahuwah, for if righteousness is through Torah, then Mashiach died for nothing.
Okay, so this is very powerful here. Very powerful stuff now. I have been staked with Mashiach, and I no longer live, but Mashiach lives in me. That means we left our earthly vessels in the watery grave, and we come up as spiritual children. We're new creatures born from above now. Okay, and that which I now live in the flesh, I live by belief in the Son of Yahuwah, who loved me and gave himself for me. What does that mean? And that which I now live in the flesh, I live by belief in the Son of Yahuwah. Does that mean we only have to believe and we don't have to obey? Like certain denominations claim. Go ahead, Ro.
What he's saying is that he now believes in the renewed covenant, that he believes in the changes, and he believes in Yahushua.
I live by belief in the Son of Yahuwah. What does that mean?
Everything Yahushua taught us.
Tad?
The belief that it was his blood that saved us.
Right. So we now believe in the blood of Mashiach. No longer do we believe in the blood of animals. Is that a true statement? Go ahead, Toria.
That he now that the Messiah has given his flesh. So by belief now, not the flesh, because the flesh was given, by his belief in that he is the Son of Yahuwah. Okay, that didn't make any sense.
No.
For through Torah, we died in Torah, the flesh. Okay, because it's a flesh thing. I have been staked with Mashiach, and I no longer live, but Mashiach lives in me. And that which I now live in the flesh, because now that although he's still in the flesh, but he has belief that Mashiach died in that flesh, that he walks in that way in belief, that he will one day accomplish the same thing, and he will give up his last breath of the flesh and come to the Father in the Ruach, and we will be of the light.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, you hit all over it. And that which I now live in the flesh. And so in our reality, we're still in the flesh. Okay. But we no longer live according to the flesh, but according to the Ruach. Okay. I think this is paraphrasing, but I think this is what it's actually saying.
But we die to the flesh. I think we can die to the flesh and still be in the spirit and still live. I know it sounds weird, but I mean, we can deny the flesh. Maybe we can't die in it, but we continue to get more focused on the spirit, and the things of the flesh aren't concerning anymore near as much. I've noticed that probably in the last 3-4 months. I just kind of have gotten more, not that I don't do things I need to do, because we all have responsibilities when we're in this state, but it's just an indifference to the flesh as opposed to when you concentrate on the more in the spirit. So part of us dies through the flesh. Perhaps we obviously still have to do things to sustain the flesh, but as our job and all those types of things, but we're more and more dying to the flesh all along.
Yeah. And so we die to the flesh, and then we are no longer servants of the flesh. We no longer serve the flesh, but we are masters over the flesh. We still in this flesh, because if we're not, we're going to die. We're going to fall asleep, so we need a vessel to carry us in, and Yahushua needs a temple to dwell in. Okay. So the flesh becomes his temple, and we dwell in this flesh with him. And so spiritually, in Yahuwah's world, his realm, we're no longer walking as in the mind of the flesh or a fleshly being. We're now spiritual being. We're children of light. We're spiritual, and we've put on Mashiach instead of flesh. We've put on the Mashiach. See, and that's to Yahuwah's eyes. It's how Yahuwah sees it. That's why he remembers your sins no more. They've been washed away in your water immersion in the blood of the Lamb. They've been blotted out. Okay. And so we're speaking of our reality versus Yahuwah's way of seeing things here. Yahuwah's mind. So he's revealing his mind to us when he says that and how he sees us. This is how he sees the new creature. Okay. His spiritual children of light now, no longer children of the flesh, no longer children of darkness. See? So we're seeing that's two different points we're seeing, the fleshly view and the spiritual view. Go ahead, Todd. No? Okay. Anybody got any thoughts or questions on that one? It's pretty powerful. So then it goes on and says, I do not set aside the favor of Yahuwah. Do we finish reading this? Okay. I do not set aside the favor of Yahuwah, for if righteousness is through Torah, then Mashiach died for nothing. What does that mean? Somebody. Go ahead, Tad.
He's just saying that if you're going by only the letter, if righteousness is through that letter and you're just following the word, the letter itself, and you don't have the belief in Yahusha's blood, that, thinking that the doing the Torah only, on its own without that belief, then he died. His blood was for nothing.
And I think obeying the Torah strengthens that relationship, and you are rewarded for that in the spirit later. I mean, you're not, like it said, it's not going to save you, but it's the obedience that comes reward. It's just like anything. When you obey your parents or obey certain things, reward comes, right? So I think it's the same thing.
Okay. So this is a perfect example of Paul calling animal blood sacrifices the Torah. So can somebody with that thought in mind explain this? Toria.
Okay. I don't think mine's with that, but I was going to say from the other. For an example, the children who are raised with Torah doesn't mean that they believe in it, that they were raised with it. So without belief, it's dead. He died for nothing.
Well, yeah, and a lot of that, when you see those same kids go into college or get away from that, they go almost, crazy, almost, as far as in breaking the Torah, because they haven't believed in it, and the Spirit hasn't called them, so they're going to just like a cow being let out of a fenced in, I noticed that a lot.
Okay, again, is through Torah. Torah is Paul talking about the entire 5 books of Moshe here when he says Torah. Go ahead, Tad.
So, for if righteousness is through Torah, now he is right there. He's calling, like you said before, he's using Torah. He's basically just meaning the animal sacrifices. Okay, that if righteousness is through that, because it was in the Torah, but that was what was set aside beside the ark. He's saying if righteousness is through that was set beside the ark on the scroll, then the blood that Messiah shed for us meant nothing. He said, if you're just following that old law, the priestly and the animal sacrifices, then Mashiach, his blood meant nothing then. If you're going by just that letter of that was set beside the ark.
Yeah, anybody else?
Go ahead, Phyllis.
You're not going to be covered by blood, by his blood, if you try to cover yourself with animal sacrifices. There is only one sacrifice given for us.
Anybody else? So yeah, go ahead, AJ.
One of the main things I think in the Torah with the sacrifice, because just like Adam and Kua in the garden, the father had to slay the first animal to cover their bodies with the blood sacrifice of an animal. So by Yahushua's death and him shedding his blood, it replaced the blood sacrifice from animals to Yahusha. That's what I have to say about that.
I was just going to say that about this, the covering that were provided Adam and Hyle in the garden with the same temporary covering. That's awesome, AJ. Good job.
You were going to say that, Brother Phil, because the body thinks alike.
Yeah, who held me back so that could be manifested. That's so cool. I love it. I need to keep my mouth quiet.
Don't quench the Ruach.
Anybody else got any thoughts on that? Okay, so it's back to basic 101 here. And we have to understand about Galatians, and what Paul is saying is that he caused the animal blood sacrifices and male circumcision Torah. He ain't never talking about the 5 books of Moses, eliminating the entire Torah. Never. He's only talking about in Galatians either male circumcision or animal blood sacrifices, and he calls them Torah. So if we recall that, then we could look at this and say, I do not set aside the favor of Yahuwah, called us into favor with him, right? Reconciled us to him. For if righteousness is through animal blood sacrifices, then Mashiach died for nothing. If righteousness was, what he's saying is, if the righteousness was by, or the forgiveness of sins, if you're righteous, you have no sin. You're obedient if you're righteous. So if righteousness was by animal blood sacrifices, then Yahusha died for nothing. He came for no reason. So see, this is how we understand what he's saying here. So, for if righteousness, all our sins, we have no more sins, is through Torah or animal blood sacrifices, which it is not, then Mashiach died for nothing. Then Mashiach wouldn't have had to come. But see, animal blood sacrifice could not deliver us. How do we know that this is talking about animal blood sacrifices instead of male circumcision? How do we know that? It's either one or the other when he says Torah. So how do we know here specifically in verse 21 that he's speaking of animal blood sacrifices rather than adult male circumcision? What's the clue? Go ahead, Tad.
The clue is Mashiach dying.
Yeah, that refers to the blood of the lamb, which took the place of the animal sacrifices, a permanent sacrifice for all time for everybody against all sin, willingly and unwilling sin, unintentional or intentional sin. Don't matter. It covers them all. So that's the clue that when he speaks of Torah, this is about talking about animal blood sacrifices, not male circumcision. Okay. We all good with that? And very important to understand it. Phil? Did you have your hand up, bro? Somebody did. Oh, Tad, was it you? Go ahead, Tad.
I think Toria had her hand up first. Go ahead, Toria.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say the clue for me would be flesh. He gave up his flesh. And so it was about flesh, animal flesh, the sacrifice, circumcision, the flesh.
Yeah, well, without blood, without the shedding of blood, there is no forgiveness of sins. And so it wasn't the flesh that died in the Mashiach that wiped away our sins or blotted out our sins. It was the blood. So this is speaking of the blood, animal sacrificial blood offerings versus the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh.
That's why I believe it is said that life is in the blood.
And life is in the blood. Correct. Anybody else? Go ahead, Tad.
I just wanted to, at this time, give praise to Yahusha, who worked through Brother Lou to give us this translation and these notes that you see that are in parentheses that help all of us understand these chapters so much better than we would have reading such as the King Jimmy. So all praise to Yahusha through Brother Lou.
I testify to that too. Praise you. Praise Yahuwah for Brother Lou, for bringing us the truth. Amen.
Okay. This is the end of our study this evening or this afternoon. And so we'll pick up in chapter 3 next week. Just remember what we've learned so far. It's going to apply very heavy in chapter 3. It's going to be an amazing study. Don't miss it. Okay, so I just want to say that this Zoom at Noon deal that we're doing is reaching out to quite a few people. And so now we're now averaging 246 people watching our Zoom at Noon meetings. Okay, so we're doing a good work here. We need to keep it up. And Yahusha has plans for all of us. And this is part of the training process. And we're all coming around. You guys might be able to notice it, but man, do I ever notice the spiritual insight y'all are gaining. And so with that said, I'm going to turn it over to you guys, fade out, and you guys get stronger. Go ahead, AJ.
I just wanted to say earlier when I was trying to get on, I was having a little problem. Phyllis, I took Diane to the doctor, and she's doing okay. She's still in pain, but she's doing okay. All right. I heard you mention that when I was trying to get myself together on the Zoom at noon.
Well, please,
she missed
her. Yeah,
she
give
missed
her
all of you. Yes, she wanted me to tell you, Brother Mark, Lou, she missed all of you. All Shelly, Tad, Phil, Raul, Yami, Toria, she missed all of you. And she's still in pain with her back. She's going to have surgery. The date is not set for that, but she just misses you and she loves all of you. She just wants me to let you know that. So I'm still in contact with her, helping her when I can. Family is taking her at different times back and forth to the doctor. And,
I'm sure we all miss her sweetness.
Yes. I let her know. I tell her I would tell you.
And Brother Mark, I wanted to also give praise to Yahusha for all of you, because we sit here almost as confirmation and counsel for Yahusha's words. We're all of us supporting, and all of us coming here supports Mark. And because he can't do this by himself. So I thank you all for being here.
Go ahead, Ro. You guys just control your own mics. You know.
Is it okay for us to promote this on Facebook? Because there's so many Yahuwah things on Facebook, and then you see people coming in. Where can I find this? I mean, we try to promote Lou and yourself, so I just want to make sure that we can mention it.
Oh, absolutely. It's what we're here for. All of us are here for that very reason. Y'all might not know it, but you're under training.
Thank you.
Guys, before I can say anything else, I just want to apologize. I want to apologize to everyone listening. I got a little upset, like earlier, a little frustrated. I get embarrassed if I can't, and I know this is a sin and I'm working through it, if I can't pronounce somebody's name correctly. So Raul, I am sorry that in that moment I went all around the world with your name, I think, and I'm sorry. I get frustrated with myself and then I'm not good with being on a camera. So I get like, I immediately felt like I was like 1,000 degrees and I was sweating and I was like, oh man,
no issues. Listen,
I'm so sorry.
No issues. I've been called worse before. Don't worry. It's a hard name to pronounce. One time here in North Carolina, I gotta tell them it's just like Paul, but with an R. They screwed up my name and they put an R instead of a Paul, instead of a P.
Well, I knew someone at one time who spelled their name like you do, but they pronounced it very, very, very differently, like I had never heard before. And so I think my mind gets a little messed up when
in Spanish, it's Raul. That's
okay. But we're not supposed to show our annoyance.
Right. You know, we do, we pronounce our R a little bit different.
Raul.
Yeah.
Raul. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, everybody.
No, you don't have to apologize, Shelley. I mess up too. I mess up names in scripture. I mess up other people's names, and I have to apologize too. Sometimes we are not as eloquent as they say we want to be, but it's okay. We know what you mean.
It's okay.
And we still love you.
Not only names, they messed up sayings and stuff. It's just, air is human, right?
Yeah, sometimes it's good practice not to pay attention to how somebody says it, but what they're saying.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah.
Look at poor Paul, how he would say things and how it would get misconstrued.
We can't hear you, Phil. Can't hear you.
We can't hear you, Phil. Your mic's your mic's on. Let me see. There you go. Can you hear? Can you talk now, Phil? Oh, still not getting you. Your mic's turned off or turned down or something, brother.
And that's the same thing that was happening with me on my other devices. Then I switched to the desktop and I didn't have any problem. My mic was going in and out and I was getting frustrated. By the way, Shelley, when you said you was, sweating when you were saying the wrong name, hey, I keep a towel over here because I'm always sweating.
I love the love everybody has. for each other here and for Yahusha. That is just living it out. And man, Phil, I wish your microphone was working, because you started saying something that was so right on the money with how I've been feeling lately, almost like, you know, a departure from this world, almost, because you're so focused more on the spirit and not the flesh. And it is my job that keeps me in the flesh, where I feel like I could easily just descend into this whole different realm. You know, I have to say that's another struggle I have. I know we're not supposed to covet, but sometimes I do covet people who don't have to work, because I just want to read the word, you know, and pray and, you know, reach out. And so it's a bit of a challenge for me. And sometimes I find after I'm in the word and I pray and I'm with you guys, and then I go to work, I kind of have to like ground myself a little bit, you know, because I'm like, oh, this is okay. Yeah, I'm in this reality right now. You know, I got to figure this out. So I kind of understand what you're saying, I think.
Well, bless you, Phil, brother Phil. If you can hear me, I can see the countenance of Yahushua all in your face, brother. I love it.
The smile on his face.
Yeah. This is why we bring people, because they see and hear the love of Yahushua. It's not about us. It's about the indwelling Ruach HaKodesh in us that's spreading out all over the place. And it's just glorious. And it's a wonder to behold for sure.
I have a request for the group. What was it that you just told me? Yahuwah willing, I would love for all of you to pray for my brother. He just started hospice. He was like a father to me, because I am the youngest of the family. And he filled in a lot. And we're losing him. Really? Yahusha he's moving to another realm, because I will never lose him, just like I will never lose Yahusha.
I will also pray for your strength at this time. It's so hard, so hard. I love you, and I pray for that. That's hard.
I pray that Yahushua takes his spirit and lift him up and put him in tranquility. No more pain anymore. That the Father will touch him and receive him unto his spirit. In Yahushua's name, amen.
Thank you all.
You're welcome.
I can really feel for you, Raul, because last year I lost my sister. I lost my husband. We lost a neighbor that was a dear friend. And then my dearest, closest friend, we lost her the first of this year. So I feel for you and pray that you will have the strength to go through and keep your life going and positive thoughts.
Thank you.
Yeah, my brother passed last June. We were very close. And he had pancreatic cancer. He was in the Air Force. He had a military funeral. And it really bothered me, but not to a bad extent, because understanding who I am and where I am and where I'm at in my spiritual walk, it helped me to help the family to explain certain things. But I feel what you feel when we lose a loved one, someone close to us. It does hurt. It's a part of the grieving process and it's a part of life. But I pray Yahushua will give you and your wife strength and courage through this difficult time so you can be a pillar for somebody else in the family to make you strong. Amen.
I pray Yahushua will have his light and love all around you when you are with your brother, and your brother will see that light and love.
Thank you for all the love.
We want all of you to have a great rest of your Shabbat and make sure that you're, just resting with Yahusha today. And we remember that it's his love that sustains us. We're going to go ahead and get off of here, but we just want to let you know that we love all of you and have a blessed rest of the Shabbat today.
Okay, Tad. Shalom.
Shalom, Tad and Marianne.
Shalom.
Thank you.
Shalom.
Shalom. Okay.
Anybody else got anything they want to share or ask or comment on? No? Okay, then at this time, I'd like to ask Brother Lou to come on and give his assessment of our study so far in Galatians. Anything else he wants to talk about? And take us out of here with the priestly blessing, Lou.
Sure. This is a study that really woke me up. When I read Paul, I understood it because from the very beginning of studying Scripture, I had the key of knowledge. I knew his name, and my willingness to obey opened a lot of Scripture up to me. And it's not me. It was for other people to understand his word. And I begged him to help me understand what you're saying so I can tell people what you really mean. And when I see people attacking Paul, it's heartbreaking because it's going on in the real world all the time. Gossip, politicians are tearing each other apart, and they're just being unloving. They don't know how to love. And this is the key, is learning how to love. And I really appreciate the efforts that Mark does because of the fact that he focuses on the understanding of the commandments' purpose is to train us how to love Yahuwah and love all the people and the animals. I mean, everybody. I love it. And kindness. And the people that are in attendance here, the people watching that are silent, that's the purpose of all this. And the Galatians has been used as a weapon to destroy the message. And I think that's something that Paul was alluding to also, that there is a message. The Besorah has a message in it, but it's been misunderstood because of misunderstood words and misunderstanding of the motives. But the restoration to favor by Yahusha appealing to those who hear us as if he is in us, and he's screaming out, appealing to the world to just stop and listen to his voice in his followers, because he lives in those followers. And I think that it's remarkable that he chose us, just regular people that we're not important. We're not powerful. We're about as weak as anybody could be, but we still strive diligently. And I'm really thrilled to be in this assembly that's online here, because it's making a difference. Like Mark said, there's people watching, and they have the capability to do something themselves, and that's the key. We have to, motivate, or Yahusha motivates, prepares their hearts, and then he indwells them. So he's coming for you. Yahusha is coming for you, and because he got us, we're here, and we're full on for him. But I there's so much in this book that we've already covered in 2 chapters that I would never be able to do it justice to sum it up, because with Mark's efforts to assemble this group for this purpose, it's beyond belief. I mean, it's above all of our pay grades. But being in the body, we're able to see through the voices and the minds of Yahusha in each of us how this is exploding, and the real meaning is coming out. And what follows in this book of Galatians is very important. And what we have to remember is these people were pagans originally, and he was bringing them out. And that's where we were. I mean, we were all, lost in some denomination, one or the other. And I was in a horrible thing, the Roman Catholic thing. And the Eastern Orthodox people are just as lost. And we just have to, keep at this as long as we have breath. Just keep going. And don't ever get tired, because Yahusha is going to give you the strength. And now I'd like to just invoke the name of Yahuwah and bring his brain, his mind forward to think about us, and to pray for Raul's brother that's going to be going through something. And the people that are left alive are the ones that are suffering the most. But we don't grieve like the heathen. We have hope. So we'll keep his brother in prayer. Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show kindness to you. Yahuwah lift up his countenance upon you and give you shalom. So they shall invoke my name on the children of Israel, and then I myself will bless them. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch
Hallelujah.
haba b'shem
Yahuwah.
I like all right.
Love y'all.
Field
Love
trip
you
here
all.
now.
Everybody.
Shalom, Mr.
Bye.
Hello.
See you all next week.
We're saying it.
See you next
Thank you all.
Love you.
Okay.
Love you all.
Love you too.